Hello, and welcome back. Whether you're here for the first time or you settled in with us before, I'm genuinely glad you're here tonight. This is Mr. Dantello, and we've got something special waiting for you. Tonight, we're exploring ghosts and haunted places. Those stories where the familiar becomes unsettling, where home itself becomes the source of unease. These are the kind of tales that linger, the ones that make you think twice about the spaces you thought you knew. We have 5 stories for you tonight. First, we'll visit the closet that opens to different rooms each night, a story about a door that doesn't quite lead where it should. Then there's my grandmother's furniture keeps rearranging itself back, a tale of possession through objects, of things that refuse to stay where they're placed. After that, we'll discover the basement tenant who leaves notes in my handwriting, something far more intimate and disturbing than any stranger could be. Moving deeper, the Victorian, where every mirror shows a different season, waits to pull you into a house that exists in multiple times at once. And finally, we'll end with I've been following the same footsteps through my house for weeks, a slow, creeping realization that something has been walking your halls longer than you've known. If you're enjoying what we do here, please do like and subscribe. It means the world, and it helps others find their way to us. Now, get yourself comfortable, find a quiet space, dim the lights if you'd like, and settle in. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The closet that opens to different rooms each night. Part 1, the hinges aren't quite right. That was the first thing I noticed about the closet, though I didn't think much of it then. It was the kind of detail you file away without meaning to. The way the door would settle slightly ajar after I'd closed it, just enough to let a thin wedge of darkness show through. Old houses are full of these small betrayals. Doors that don't hang true. Floorboards that shift in patterns only they understand. I'd inherited the farmhouse 6 months ago from an uncle I'd barely known, and I was still learning its language. The creaks and sighs that came with age, with settling, with the weight of all the years compressed into its wooden bones. The closet was in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, built into the eastern wall beside a bay window that overlooked the fields beyond the property line. Victorian built-in, the realtor had called it, gesturing vaguely at the rich oak paneling and the single brass knob worn pale by decades of hands. The bedroom itself was generous, high-ceilinged, with wallpaper that had faded to the color of old tea, pale patterns of leaves and flowers barely visible now, as if the room had chosen to forget its original design. I'd made it my own in incremental ways. A bed I'd bought new, cream-colored linen, a single reading chair by the window. Not much. I'm not someone who collects things. The closet was deep but narrow, the kind built when people wore fewer clothes. I'd arranged what I had on a single rod, work clothes mostly, jeans, sweaters that had softened from washing. A few boxes on the shelf above held linens I wasn't using, storage items that hadn't yet found their place. It was functional. It did what closets do. Except it wouldn't stay closed. I first noticed it the way you notice most things in a lived-in space, through repetition. Close the door, turn away, and within an hour or sometimes less, it would be ajar again, not wide open, Just that narrow slice of interior darkness, visible from the bed if I happened to look up from whatever I was reading. At first I assumed the hinges were loose. I opened the door carefully, checking the hardware, running my fingers along the screws. They seemed tight. The hinges themselves were old iron, dark with age but solid. No wobble, no obvious weakness. Still, old things settle, old things shift. I started closing it more deliberately, making sure the latch caught with a definite click before I stepped away. For a few days that seemed to help, but then it came back, the pattern of finding it ajar. More frequent now, or perhaps I was simply noticing it more. I'd lie in bed at night and see that thin, dark line, and I'd wonder if I'd actually closed it properly or if my memory was already softening the details. By the third week, I'd stopped bothering with it. I'd tell myself that an open closet door in an empty house bothered no one. No one was there to judge me for leaving it that way. No one was there at all, in fact, which was the point. I'd chosen to live alone in the inherited farmhouse for precisely this reason, the particular quiet of a space that belonged entirely to you, where nothing moved unless you moved it, where the silence had a quality of respect to it, except the closet door. It was October when I really began to pay attention. The kind of October that settles into a house early and stays. The temperature had dropped, and I'd started leaving windows closed at night, the air inside becoming still and cool. The bedroom had always felt cold. That eastern exposure meant the sun left it early, but I liked that. I liked waking to gray light and the sound of wind moving through the fields. I was reading in the chair by the window one evening, a book I'd been working through for weeks, when I noticed the closet door was open more than usual. Not dramatically so, but more than the usual crack. Perhaps 6 inches. Enough that I could see the interior was darker than the room around it, the shadows deeper back where the rod and boxes were. I should close it, I thought, and then I didn't. Instead, I kept reading. Something about it felt deliberate, though I couldn't have said why. As if the door had opened to show me something, or perhaps to prepare me for what was coming. I'm not inclined toward mysticism or intuition. I work in data analysis. I believe in numbers, patterns you can measure and verify. But there are moments in life when something breaks that framework. Small moments easily rationalized away. And this was one of them. The closet door was open. That was all. I closed it before I went to bed, a habit I'd kept despite the door's unreliability. The latch clicked. I undressed, moved through the small routines that preceded sleep. The bedroom was cold. I pulled the duvet up to my chin and lay in the darkness, listening to the house settle around me. The farmhouse made noise at night. Not frightening noise, usually, just the sound of wood and plaster and old nails expanding and contracting, the ticking of the radiator pipes, the occasional creak of a floorboard in the hallway outside my room. I'd grown almost fond of it. It was proof that I wasn't entirely alone, even if the company was only architectural. Tonight it was quieter than usual, the kind of silence that comes with early frost when even the wind seems to hesitate. I fell asleep without noticing the exact moment I did. I woke to find the closet door open. This time there was no ambiguity about it. The door stood half open and the interior was visible, or part of it was. What I could see of the closet looked normal enough in the dark, the vague shape of the rod, the outline of boxes on the shelf, the geometry of walls I'd seen 100 times. I lay still for a moment, processing the fact of it, and then I sat up. The house was utterly silent now. I reached for the lamp on the nightstand, hesitated, and then didn't turn it on. Instead, I got out of bed, the floorboards cold under my feet, the air of the room sharp with cold, and walked to the closet. My eyes had adjusted enough to the darkness to move without stumbling. The door was completely ordinary in my hands, the oak smooth and worn, the brass knob cool. I pulled it closed again, heard the click of the latch, and waited. Nothing happened. The door stayed closed. I went back to bed, and this time I fell asleep without reopening it in the night, or at least I had no memory of it if I did. By the end of the first week of November, the pattern had changed again. The closet door was now consistently ajar by morning, not because it had drifted open through the night, but because I found myself waking with the specific knowledge that it was open, as if some part of my sleeping mind was monitoring it. I'd rise, close it, go back to sleep. It became as routine as the morning cold. I mentioned it to no one. What would I have said? There's an old closet in my house that won't stay closed. In the logic of an inherited property, this was barely remarkable. Houses settled, doors shifted. This was the language of age. But something in me was beginning to listen. It was the Thursday before Thanksgiving when I first opened the closet door and saw something that didn't belong to the room. I'd been awake for hours that night. Not insomnia exactly. I was simply awake, watching the darkness beyond the bay window gradually lighten toward dawn. The closet was ajar as always. I'd stopped closing it, or rather I'd stopped feeling obligated to close it. At some point in the night, between one moment and another, I'd made a decision to simply allow it, to watch what it did without interference. Around 3 a.m, I got out of bed. The closet door was open to about 30 degrees, and the interior was visible in the pre-dawn darkness. Darker than the room, certainly, but not impenetrably so. I could make out the shapes of my hanging clothes, the boxes on the shelf. Everything was exactly as it should be. And yet I kept looking, my eyes tracing the interior walls, following the line of the floorboard that ran deep into the closet. I pulled the door open wider. The closet extended back perhaps 5 feet before the rear wall, which was the eastern exterior wall of the house. I'd known this consciously, but I'd never really internalized it. There was the wall paneled in the same oak as the interior, and beyond it was the exterior of the house, and beyond that was the field and the line of trees at the property's edge. But when I pulled the door fully open and looked into the closet now in the gray light of the approaching dawn, the rear wall seemed to recede further than it should. I stood very still. It was a trick of perspective, I told myself, a trick of the light and the darkness and my own mind, which after months of living alone in an old house had perhaps become too susceptible to suggestion. I stepped closer to the closet, my bare feet cold on the bedroom floor. I reached toward the rear wall, expecting to feel it just where it should be. My hand met nothing but air. I stepped into the closet fully then, my shoulders clearing the doorframe, my eyes still adjusting to the reduced light. The rear wall should have been there. It should have been solid. But when I moved deeper into the interior, following the line where the back panel should have begun, my hand found emptiness. The air even changed, slightly less cold, with a quality of depth to it that open air carries. I pulled my hand back toward my body and turned to look at the doorframe behind me. It was visible, solid, the doorway that led back to my bedroom, perfectly ordinary in the pre-dawn gray. The bed was visible beyond it, the bay window, the familiar geometry of the room I'd been sleeping in for 6 months. I turned back to face the darkness of the closet, and that's when I saw it, not gradually, but suddenly, as if my eyes had finally focused on what was there. Beyond what should have been the rear wall, barely visible in the dark, was the suggestion of something else. A wall, yes, but a different wall. Papered, the pattern of the paper visible in the dimness, small flowers, or perhaps not flowers, something intricate, something that didn't match the oak paneling I'd been expecting. I reached out slowly, my hand extended into the darkness, and I felt the paper under my fingers. Old paper, slightly raised texture, older than anything in my farmhouse. The wall beyond it was plaster, and it was cold, colder than walls should be in November, cold like the deep interior of an old building that the sun never quite reaches. I jerked my hand back. The closet was ordinary again, just oak paneling, just the rear wall exactly where it should be, just the familiar enclosure I'd hung my clothes in for months. I stood very still for a long moment, my breath audible in the small space, my heart moving in a way that made me aware of my own body. Then I stepped backward out of the closet and pushed the door closed. The latch clicked. I stood in the bedroom for a long time after that, not moving, not thinking, just existing in the space between what I'd experienced and what I knew to be possible. The light continued to rise beyond the bay window. The fields beyond took on color. The radiator pipes began their morning tick. The house woke around me, and everything seemed absolutely normal. I didn't open the closet door again for 3 days. When I finally did in the afternoon light with the bedroom entirely ordinary around me, the closet contained only what it always had: clothes on a rod, boxes on a shelf, the rear wall in its proper place made of oak, leading nowhere but into the body of the old house. I closed the door and locked it in the back of my mind, the way you lock away things you're not yet ready to understand. But I thought about it. Over the following days and weeks, as November deepened and the cold became more insistent, I found myself thinking about it frequently. The texture of that paper under my fingertips, the quality of the air that had come through the open wall, the sense I'd had in that moment of being at a threshold of something, not something dangerous necessarily, but something that was not meant for the daylight, not meant for the rational mind in the hours when the sun was high. I began to watch the closet door with new intention. It opened most nights now, though I continued to doubt what I'd experienced. Doubt is a comfortable place to live when confronted with the inexplicable. I doubted myself every morning when the closet was sealed again, containing only my clothes and boxes and the solid wall of oak. But the doubt never quite held all day. By evening, as the light began to fade and the cold deepened in the eastern wall, I would find myself standing at the closet door, waiting to see what would happen when I opened it. The Tuesday before Thanksgiving, I opened the closet door in the darkness after midnight, and I saw the kitchen. Not my kitchen, not any kitchen in the farmhouse. This kitchen belonged to a different house entirely. I knew that instantly, with a certainty that had nothing to do with rational assessment. The walls were papered in a deep cream color, darkened by age. There was a cast-iron stove visible, larger than any stove made in the modern era, and beside it a pantry with glass-paned doors. The glass was old, slightly warped, and I could see the faint shapes of what was stored behind it. Jars, perhaps, tins, the careful arrangements of a kitchen that had been maintained, even in its absence, in the memory of whoever this kitchen belonged to. I could smell it. That was what struck me most powerfully. Not a bad smell, but distinctive. Old dust. Something preserved. The particular scent of a kitchen that hasn't seen active use in a very long time, the way that such places accumulate a kind of olfactory sediment, ghost flavors of every meal ever cooked, held in the plaster and wood. The light in the kitchen was dim and sourceless. Not the light of electricity, certainly, gaslight perhaps, or the last edge of evening. It was the kind of light that doesn't quite illuminate anything, that leaves everything in a state of gentle suspension between visibility and dark. I stood in my closet, my hand on the doorframe, and I looked into this other kitchen with a feeling I can only describe as vertigo, not the dizziness of height, but the dizziness of wrongness, of a geography that shouldn't exist making itself none the less visible. I didn't step through. Some part of me understood that stepping through would be a decision with consequences I wasn't prepared to contemplate. Instead, I stood there, looking for as long as I dared. Long enough to see the texture of the wallpaper, the shape of the cupboards, the curve of the cast-iron stove. Long enough for the smell of it to establish itself in my memory as a real thing, something that had happened and could be verified. Then I pulled the closet door closed. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat in the reading chair by the bay window, wrapped in the duvet, and I watched the darkness outside change by increments into the gray of dawn. The kitchen was real. The kitchen was there. I had seen it, smelled it, felt the cold from it on my skin. These were facts that existed now in the world, whether or not they could be explained. In the morning, the closet contained only clothes and boxes, but on the shelf, where I kept the linens I wasn't using, there was a smell. Faint, but unmistakable. The smell of that old kitchen. That was 6 weeks ago. I'm writing this now in late December, sitting at the kitchen table of the farmhouse, my kitchen, the modern one with its tile counter and electric stove. Because I've finally reached the point where I need to document what's happening. Not to explain it. I don't think explanation is possible, but to create a record of it, the way someone marks events in the margins of a calendar, to acknowledge that it's real. The closet opens every night now, and every night it opens to a different room. The first time I tried to document it properly, I used my phone. I stood before the closet at 10:47 p.m. on a Tuesday, opened it, and recorded what I saw. The camera showed nothing but my clothes, the wooden rod, the cardboard boxes I'd been meaning to deal with for months. I could smell the kitchen, that particular smell of old wood and something like bread yeast, faintly sour. But the phone captured only the ordinary interior of a closet in a farmhouse built in 1924. I watched the recording 3 times. Each time I heard myself breathing, heard the small rustle of hangers as I shifted my weight. The smell didn't record, neither did the light, neither did the impossibility. By the second week of this, I had stopped trying to validate it with devices. Devices, I understood, were for documenting things that could reasonably be explained. This was something else. The second room appeared on a Wednesday. I opened the closet and found myself looking into what I recognized as a bedroom, though not one I had ever seen before. The wallpaper was a pattern of small roses, faded to a color somewhere between pink and gray. There was a narrow bed with a white coverlet, and on the nightstand beside it, a lamp with a pleated fabric shade that had yellowed at the edges. A small mirror hung on the wall above a dresser, and on that dresser sat a hairbrush, bristles still matted with what might have been hair, and a glass jar half filled with what looked like cold cream. The room had the air of someone who had just stepped out, not abandoned, temporarily vacated, as though the person who slept there had simply gotten up that morning and had not yet returned. I stood in the closet doorway for perhaps 30 seconds, long enough to notice that the floorboards in that other room were pine, darker than the ones in my farmhouse, worn smooth in a path between the bed and the dresser. Then I closed the door. The smell didn't follow me this time. Instead, it was replaced by something else, a faint mustiness. The smell of old fabric, of a room that hadn't been opened to fresh air in a very long time. I didn't go into the bedroom the next night expecting to find the same room. I was, if I'm honest, prepared to accept that the closet simply opened onto a rotating sequence of other spaces, other rooms from other houses, other times. That would have been wrong, certainly, but at least it would have had a kind of logic to it, a pattern. Instead, when I opened the closet on Thursday, I found the bedroom again. The same room, the same roses on the wallpaper, the same lamp, the same dresser, the same hairbrush with its matted bristles. But the coverlet on the bed had been turned back. Not dramatically, not as though someone had thrashed in their sleep or thrown it aside in haste. It was folded neatly to the foot of the bed, as if the person who slept there had woken that morning and, preparing to get up, had deliberately arranged the blanket. The pillow still held an indentation, a head-shaped absence that suggested someone had rested there not long ago. I closed the door quickly. My hand was shaking. That night, I didn't sleep well. I lay in my bed, my modern bed in my modern bedroom, and I tried to construct explanations. The closet could be a trick of light. The hallway in the farmhouse was narrow, and sometimes afternoon sun came through the small window at the end of it at particular angles. If that light hit the interior of the closet at just the right moment, if my tired eyes were half adjusted to the darkness, might I be seeing shadows and reflections that my mind was assembling into rooms? Might the smells be something simple, moisture in the walls, some residue from decades of habitation, something psychological triggered by the power of suggestion? But the indentation in the pillow, that was the thing I couldn't construct away. That required a deliberate action. That required something to have been present in that bed, to have created that shape. I got up at 3 a.m. and went downstairs to the kitchen. I made coffee, though it was far too early, and I sat at the table in the dark with the cup warming my hands. Outside, the December wind moved through the empty fields around the farmhouse. The place had been in my family for 2 generations. I had inherited it from my grandmother, along with most of her furniture and all of the history she had never quite managed to finish telling me before the stroke took her ability to speak clearly. She had loved this place, had told me once, when I was young enough to think it was a charming quirk, that the farmhouse had a personality, that it spoke to her, that sometimes, late at night, she could hear it settling into its bones, working out the old aches and complaints of age. I had dismissed it as the romantic language of an older generation, The kind of thing people said about old houses because it made them feel less lonely in them. Now, I wondered what my grandmother had really heard, what rooms she had seen or thought she had seen in the depths of the dark. On Friday night, I opened the closet with something like dread coiling in my chest. I had decided in the hours before evening came that I would not look. I would open the door and immediately close it again. I would not feed whatever this was with my attention and my fear. I opened the door. For a moment, there was nothing. Just my clothes, my boxes. The familiar geometry of the closet I had opened 100 times in my 6 months of living here. Then the light came. Not sudden, not a switch flipping. Rather, like a dimmer being turned up very slowly, the space beyond the doorway began to reveal itself. And it was neither the kitchen nor the bedroom. It was a hallway. The hallway was papered in a dark damask pattern, burgundy and black, or perhaps black and brown. The light was too poor to say for certain. The floor was wood, and along one wall hung a series of framed photographs, each one in a black frame, each one depicting a face I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. There were doors along the hallway, perhaps 4 or 5 of them, all closed, and at the far end, where the hallway seemed to bend or disappear into shadow, there was a window. The glass of that window was so dirty that it appeared almost opaque, just a vague suggestion of the gray world beyond. I could smell this place, too. It smelled like old paper, like dust that had settled into fabric, like the particular cold that comes from rooms that have been sealed against the outside world. And as I stood there, looking down that hallway, I heard something, a sound from very far away. It might have been footsteps. It might have been the settling of old wood. It might have been the wind outside, filtered through walls and time until it became something almost like movement, almost like the deliberate placement of a foot on a wooden floor. I didn't wait to hear it again. I pulled the closet door shut with more force than I intended, and it swung closed with a decisive click that made me flinch. When I opened it again 30 seconds later, there was nothing but my clothes, my boxes, the smell of old fabric and wood that had belonged to the closet itself for nearly a century. Saturday morning, I called the Historical Society in the nearest town. The woman who answered, her name was Margaret, and she had the pleased tone of someone who was genuinely interested in her job. Was delighted to hear that I had recently purchased the old Hartwell property. "Oh, what a beautiful place," she said. "Do you know much about its history?" I told her that I didn't, that I had inherited it, and that I was interested in learning more about the previous occupants. "Well," Margaret said, and I could hear her settling into the kind of enthusiasm that suggested she would be on the phone with me for some time. "The house was built in 1924 by a family named Ellison. They were farmers, of course. Most people out that way were. It changed hands a few times, but it was in your family for how long?" "My grandmother inherited it in the late 60s, I said. "My great-grandfather purchased it some time before that." "Ah, wonderful. So you have deep roots there." "The house has quite a story. The Ellisons lived there for 40 years, raised 3 children. Then in 1964, the property was purchased by, this is interesting, it was purchased by a woman named Morgan. She lived there alone, from what our records indicate, from 1964 until sometime in 1982. We don't have a clear record of when she left, but the property appears to have stood vacant for a few months before your family purchased it. I felt something settle in my stomach. Do you know what she was like? This Morgan? Not much, I'm afraid, Margaret said. The records are rather sparse. She kept to herself, from what I understand. There's a note in the town records about some concern from neighbors. It says the house was dark for weeks at a time, and the property began to fall into some disrepair. Someone called to request a welfare check, but apparently she was fine. Just quiet. She moved away sometime in 1982, and the house sat empty until your family took it over. I thanked Margaret and told her I might call again with more questions. I hung up the phone, feeling as though I had learned something important, and nothing at all. Morgan, a woman named Morgan who had lived alone in my farmhouse for nearly 20 years, who had been quiet enough that people became concerned, who had left in 1982, nearly 40 years ago. That night, I stood before the closet for nearly 10 minutes before I had the courage to open it. This time, it was the bedroom again. The same bedroom with the roses on the wallpaper and the white coverlet on the narrow bed. But now the coverlet was pulled back further, and on the small table beside the bed, the lamp had been turned on. It cast a soft yellow light across the pillow, illuminating the indentation where a head had rested, and on the dresser, placed neatly beside the hairbrush, was a book. I couldn't make out the title from where I stood, but I could see that it was old, its spine faded and creased. The kind of book that had been read many times, that had been held in someone's hand so often that the pages had curved slightly to fit the shape of their grip. Someone was still reading it. I closed the door and didn't open it again that night. The pattern became undeniable within a week. Every night at the same hour, around 11, when the house settled into its deepest silence, I would feel the pull toward the closet. It wasn't a compulsion exactly. It was more like the awareness of an open door in a dark room. You know it's there. You become conscious of it whether you want to or not. I started keeping a journal, not from any sense of scientific curiosity, but because writing it down made it feel less like I was losing my mind. The dates, the times, the rooms. Monday, the bedroom with roses, the lamp on, the indentation in the pillow deeper. Tuesday, a kitchen I had never seen. Not the kitchen in my house, I knew that one, with its original 1970s cabinetry and the water-stained ceiling. This was older. The appliances were from another era. There was a calendar on the wall, but I couldn't quite read the year before I closed the door. Wednesday, a bathroom. Tiles in a pale green, chipped in places. A mirror so clouded with age that the reflection was almost abstract. On the sink, a comb. Dark hair still woven between the teeth. I didn't touch it. Thursday, the hallway. Not my hallway. The walls were papered in a pattern I didn't recognize, and the floorboards were different, narrower, older. There was a window at the end of the hall, and through it I could see a landscape I didn't know. Not my fields. Somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that looked almost rural, but with buildings in the distance that seemed wrong, shaped in a way I couldn't quite process, before the discomfort made me close the door. By Friday, I had stopped trying to rationalize what was happening. I called my cousin Blake. Blake had always been the practical one in the family, an accountant, someone who dealt in facts and spreadsheets, and the kind of certainty that made them seem almost enviable. I need to ask you something, I said, and I need you to listen without deciding I'm having a mental health crisis. That's an ominous opening, Blake said, but their tone had shifted to something more serious. I told them about Morgan. I told them about inheriting the house. I told them about the closet, though I left out the specifics. I tried to make it sound like curiosity, asking if Blake knew anything about what happened to Morgan, where she went, why she left. "I can look into it," Blake said slowly. "My friend Taylor works in property records 2 towns over. But Alex, why does it matter? It's just some woman who lived there decades ago." "I know it sounds strange," I said. "I just have a feeling like the house is trying to tell me something." There was a long pause. "I don't like how that sounds," Blake said finally. "Are you okay? Like actually okay?" "I'm fine," I said, which was perhaps the first outright lie I had told them. Just curious about the house's history. Blake called back on Monday. They had found something. Morgan's full name had been Morgan Riley. She had purchased the property in 1964, at the age of 32, according to the deed. There was no mortgage record. She had paid cash, which was unusual enough to stand out in the records. The property had been purchased in her name alone, and it remained in her name until 1983, when it was transferred to my family at a significant loss. "That's where it gets weird," Blake said. "There's a note in the county records from 1982. Someone filed a missing person report for Morgan Riley. But then the report was withdrawn 2 weeks later. No explanation. And then the house was transferred to your family a year after that, but there's no record of a sale or negotiation. It just appears as a family transfer. Like maybe your great-grandfather claimed it, or it was left to him in a will, but there's nothing in writing." "And Morgan?" I asked. My voice sounded thin. No record of what happened to her. Her name appears nowhere else after 1982. No death certificate, no census records, nothing. It's like she simply ceased to exist. I thanked Blake and hung up. My hands were shaking. That night, I didn't open the closet. I stayed downstairs, sitting in the kitchen under the fluorescent light, trying not to think about old ceilings and stained watermarks. I tried to work, to distract myself with emails and tasks that required thought. At 10:45, I realized I hadn't checked my email in 2 hours. I had simply been sitting, staring at the laptop screen, waiting for 11 o'clock to arrive. At 11, I heard it clearly, the sound of the closet door opening. Not the sound of the handle turning, not the sound of hinges, the sound of the door swinging open as if someone inside had pushed it from the other side. I didn't move. I sat at the kitchen table, my heart hammering in my chest, and I listened to the sound of fabric moving, like something being disturbed, like someone shifting in a space that had been still for a very long time. Then silence. I forced myself upstairs at midnight. The bedroom door was closed. The closet door was closed. Everything appeared normal except for the knowledge that it wasn't. Would never be normal again. Saturday morning, I opened the closet in daylight. It was just a closet. Wooden rods, empty hangers, the faint smell of old wood and dust. The back wall was solid. There were no hidden doors, no seams, no explanation for the space that didn't match the outer dimensions of the house. I had measured it twice. The closet was exactly 14 feet deep. The bedroom was only 12 feet from front to back. The extra space had to exist somewhere. It didn't. I checked the measurements again. The closet was 14 feet deep. The bedroom extended exactly 12 feet from front to back. There was nothing behind the house on the exterior but the old stone foundation and the garden Morgan might have tended. By Sunday, I had stopped trying to understand the geometry. I had stopped trying to understand anything. Saturday night, When I opened the closet, I found a room I recognized. My own guest bedroom, but arranged differently. The furniture was positioned at odd angles. The bed was unmade. And on the small desk by the window, there was a notebook. The pages were yellowed and fragile. I could see handwriting. Small, precise, controlled, the kind of handwriting that comes from someone keeping things tidy, organized, trying to maintain order in a space that had begun to feel unstable. I didn't read it. I didn't touch it. I stood in the doorway and felt something shift in my understanding of the house, the closet, the reason why a woman had lived alone for 20 years and then simply disappeared. Sunday night was different. When I opened the closet, there was no room beyond it. There was only darkness. Complete, absolute darkness that seemed to extend further than my flashlight could reach. And in that darkness, I heard breathing that was not my own. I closed the door and locked it. Monday morning, I called a realtor. My hands were steady as I gave the instructions. I told her I was selling the house. I didn't tell her why. I told her I could have it empty within 2 weeks. That was yesterday. Tonight, I'm in the house for the last time before the movers come. I'm making sure I haven't left anything behind. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm being practical and methodical and reasonable. It's 10:45. I can hear the closet door beginning to creak open. Even though I'm downstairs in the kitchen, even though I locked it, even though the key is in my pocket. The sound is patient, not insistent, as if whatever is on the other side has learned that time doesn't matter here. As if whatever has been opening and closing that door night after night after night knows that I will eventually have to go upstairs. As if it knows that before I leave this house, I will want or need or be compelled to understand what Morgan understood. As if this is the reason she never truly left at all. I'm about to turn off the kitchen light. I'm about to walk upstairs. I'm about to see what waits beyond that door, because I have stopped believing that I have any choice in the matter. I think Morgan would understand. I think she would have been waiting for someone else to come along and take a turn at opening it night after night, until they understood what she had learned, that some rooms don't exist in houses. They exist in the spaces between. And some people don't leave houses. They simply move from one version of it to another endlessly for as long as the closet keeps opening. The door upstairs has stopped creaking. The house is perfectly, completely quiet. I stand up. My legs feel steady. The key in my pocket feels warm. Tomorrow the movers will come. They will pack up my things. They will close this house behind me, and I will drive away, and I will not look back. Tonight, there are still 4 hours until dawn. Tonight, I still have time to understand. Hashtag Part 4. Aftermath, the movers came at 7 in the morning. I had not slept. I had spent the hours in the kitchen, in the living room, in the hallway, anywhere but upstairs. Toward dawn, I had made coffee and sat at the kitchen table and watched the sky lighten from black to gray to a pale, exhausted blue. I did not check the closet. I did not want to know if it was still unlocked, still open, still breathing in the darkness. When the moving truck pulled into the driveway, I felt something like relief. Real people, real work, real tasks that required attention and decisions, and the kind of practical conversation that keeps you anchored in the present moment. I showed them where things were. I pointed out the fragile items. I followed them up and down the stairs as they carried boxes and furniture and the accumulated weight of my attempt to make this house feel like home. I did not go into the bedroom where the closet stood. I told them the closet was empty and to leave it alone. They didn't question this. People moving houses rarely do. By noon, most of the larger furniture was gone. The rooms looked enormous without it, stretched and wrong, the way rooms look when you see them empty for the first time since you moved in. The light fell differently. The shadows were in different places. It was almost possible to believe that the house was just a house, that nothing had happened here, that I had been exhausted and suggestible and prone to patterns of obsessive thinking that had manufactured a story from coincidence and old pipes and the normal settling sounds that any aging structure makes in the night. Almost, the movers finished at 3 o'clock. I signed paperwork. I handed them a check. I watched the truck pull away from the curb and felt the peculiar hollowness that comes with the knowledge that you have finally severed a tie you had been holding unconsciously, without realizing it was cutting into your hand. The house was mine for one more night. The realtor had arranged for the new owners to take possession the following afternoon. I had the keys in my pocket. I had nowhere to go but forward, through the empty rooms, toward whatever closure was waiting for me. I stood in the living room and listened to the silence. It was different now. Not the loaded, expectant silence of the previous nights, but something closer to actual emptiness. The kind of silence that comes when a space has been stripped of the things that give it meaning. Without furniture, without the weight of my presence, without my things arranged on shelves and tabletops, the house felt less like a place I had haunted, and more like a place that had been haunted. I could almost see it the way the movers had seen it, as just a structure. Just walls and floors and a closet that was nothing more than a closet. Almost, I went upstairs. I had decided this was necessary. Not because I needed to understand. I think some part of me had understood by then, or at least had accepted that understanding was not available, but because it would be wrong to leave without closing the closet door. It would be wrong to let the next people who lived here open it to find something unexpected. If I could do nothing else, I could at least return the house to a state of apparent normalcy. The bedroom door was closed. I opened it. The room was exactly as I remembered it from 3 nights ago, when the closet had opened onto that smaller, displaced version of itself. Empty now, lit by afternoon sunlight, it looked almost innocent. I could see dust motes turning lazily in the light. I could see the rectangular outline on the carpet where my bed had been. I could see the closet door, standing slightly ajar. I walked across the room and opened it fully. Inside was nothing but hangers and shelf space, and the shallow darkness of a normal, empty closet. No room beyond, no displaced furniture, no yellowed notebook with handwriting that might have been a woman's secrets, preserved for 20 years in a space that shouldn't have existed. I stood there for a long moment, looking at that ordinary, utterly unremarkable closet. Then I reached in, pulled the door closed, and heard it settle into place with a soft click. I went downstairs. I locked the front door. I left the keys on the kitchen counter for the realtor to find in the morning. I did not look back as I walked to my car. I did not watch the house recede in my rearview mirror as I drove away. I simply drove, keeping my attention fixed on the road ahead, on the rational sequence of turns and lights, and the straightforward mechanics of moving from one place to another. That was 3 weeks ago. I'm in my apartment now. It's small and modern and newly constructed. The kind of place where nothing has happened and nothing is likely to happen. Where the past is measured in months, not decades. And the walls have never held anything longer than a season. I sleep well here. The closet is just a closet. The sounds the building makes are the sounds of other people's lives. Footsteps, muffled conversation, the ordinary friction of shared space. I am doing well. I work. I see friends. I have begun to think of my time in that house as a kind of fever dream, a temporary unraveling that I have recovered from. This is the story I tell myself, and most of the time I believe it. But there is something I cannot quite explain. There is a room in my apartment, just a small spare room off the hallway, where I keep a desk and a bookshelf and things I'm not sure what to do with. I rarely go in there. Most days I don't think about it at all. But twice now, over the past week, I have opened that door and found myself pausing in the threshold, looking at the space inside, searching for something in the darkness of the corners, something in the way the light falls across the floor. Just for a moment, just long enough to remember how it felt, standing in a doorway, knowing that something beyond my understanding was breathing on the other side. I haven't opened the closet in my new apartment. I don't think I will. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed, I hear the house settling around me, the pipes moving, the boards shifting, all the normal sounds of a building that is occupied, that is full of small pressures and releases, of weight finding new positions, and sometimes, in those moments, I think I hear the sound of a closet door beginning to creak open, very slowly, very patiently. As if it knows exactly where I am, as if it knows that I have simply moved to a different address, but the distance between us has never actually changed. As if some doors, once opened, never fully close. As if the notebook, the room, the breathing in the darkness, as if Morgan herself has simply followed me here, waiting in the spaces I haven't looked into yet, knowing that eventually I will, knowing that I will always be the kind of person who opens doors, knowing that some questions, once asked, never stop asking themselves. Story 2. My grandmother's furniture keeps rearranging itself back. Part 1. The house smells like her still. Even after 3 months, even with the windows open on clear days, even with the lilac sachets I've hung in every room and the coffee I brew each morning, there's something underneath it all, something that doesn't fade. It's not unpleasant exactly. It's the smell of old fabric, of decades pressed into the walls, of someone who lived so completely in a space that the space learned to hold them. My grandmother, Eleanor, spent the last 10 years of her life in this house. 73 years total, actually, if you count the entire span she owned it. I was 6 the last time I visited. I remember the sitting room most, how dark it was, how careful I had to be stepping over her things. She died on a Tuesday in March. I got the call from her nurse at 2:47 in the afternoon. The lawyer's letter came 6 weeks later. The house was mine. That wasn't something I'd expected, though I suppose I should have. I had no siblings. My parents had been gone for 12 years. Eleanor had no one else. So the Victorian farmhouse, with its blue-gray shutters and its sagging porch and its 3 acres of overgrown garden, became mine in the way that unexpected inheritances do, suddenly and completely. I told myself I would make it new. That was my mistake, I think. Or maybe it wasn't a mistake at all. Maybe it was necessary. Maybe you can't exist in a space like that without trying to push back against what came before, even a little. The sitting room was the worst of it. The room where she'd spent those final years, slowly becoming part of the furniture itself. It faced east, and the morning light came in gold and thick through the bay windows. There was a wingback chair positioned at a precise angle to the window, angled toward the garden. A small side table beside it, with a reading lamp that still had a ring of dust around its base. Shelves lined with paperbacks, mysteries mostly, their spines cracked from reading. A sofa across from the chair, facing a cold fireplace. Everything arranged as if she might walk in at any moment, and resume her life. I'd hired movers to bring my things in, a bed, a desk, boxes of books, the furniture from my apartment that I'd been storing in Brooklyn. Most of it I put in the upstairs bedrooms. But the sitting room, I decided, would be different. I wanted it to be mine. It was a Saturday in early June when I started. The weather had been warm for days, and the house felt restless with the season changing. The kind of day where you want to do something with your hands, to make a mark. I'd taken measurements the night before. I wanted to create a small workspace near the window, somewhere I could set up a drafting table. I work as a designer, freelance, mostly remote. I'd been thinking about the light in that room, how it poured in during the morning hours. The wingback chair came first. It was heavier than I expected, made of some dark wood that I didn't recognize, upholstered in a fabric that had faded to the color of mushrooms. The legs scraped against the hardwood floor as I pulled it away from the window, a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet house. I moved it to the wall opposite the bay windows, turned it to face inward instead of outward. A small act of rebellion. The side table followed. Then I cleared the sofa back to the far wall, creating open space in the center of the room. I wanted the morning light to flood that space without obstruction. I wanted to set up my drafting table where her chair used to be, where she'd spent 10 years looking out at the garden. It took me 2 hours. By the end, the room looked different, larger, emptier, lighter somehow. The dust patterns on the floor showed where things had been, like archaeological markers. I stood in the doorway and felt something like satisfaction. This was my house now. This was my space. That night, I ate dinner in the kitchen, a salad, nothing elaborate, and spent the evening unpacking boxes in the upstairs bedroom that would be my bedroom. It was past midnight when I finally went to sleep, tired in that good way you get from physical work, from moving things and making changes. The sitting room was the first place I went the next morning. The wingback chair was back in front of the window, not slightly moved, not shifted an inch. Returned to its original position so precisely that when I checked the dust marks on the floor, they aligned perfectly with the chair's legs. The side table was beside it. The sofa had been pulled forward again, angled toward the fireplace in that old familiar arrangement. Everything was exactly as it had been before. I stood in the doorway for a long time, one hand on the frame, and tried to think through the logical explanations. There was a breeze. I checked the windows. They were closed, locked even. The house settling. Old houses shift, but they don't rearrange furniture. A draft that had somehow gotten through, that made no sense. That made no sense at all. Maybe I was remembering the arrangement wrong. Maybe my grandfather or someone else had moved things after my grandmother died, and what I thought was the original configuration wasn't actually. But no. I had a photograph. I'd taken one on my phone when I first walked through the house after the lawyer had shown me the place. I found it in my camera roll, dated 3 months ago. The furniture was arranged exactly as it was now, exactly as it had been when I woke up. I moved everything again that afternoon. This time I was deliberate about it. Wingback chair to the far corner, sofa to the opposite wall, side table in the center of the room, shelves against the window carefully so they wouldn't block the light. I rearranged until the room looked nothing like it had before, until it was unmistakably different, until it was mine. That night I took a photograph, a clear one, documented, the chair in its new position, the bare window wall, the empty center of the room. Then I went to bed and waited for morning. And in the morning, everything was back. I stood in the doorway and felt something shift in my chest. Not quite fear, not yet. Something more like the first moment of understanding that you're not in control of something you thought you were. The wingback chair faced the garden again, exactly where it had always been. The side table caught the morning light from its original angle. The sofa was positioned to face the fireplace. The shelves lined the walls in their old configuration, heavy with paperbacks that no one had read in months. Everything was exactly, meticulously back. I took another photograph. Same angle. Then I sat down on the sofa in its return position, and I tried very hard to think of a reasonable explanation. The house was old. Old houses did strange things. Maybe I was moving in my sleep. Maybe, and this seemed the most likely, maybe I was somehow mistaken about having moved things the night before. Maybe I'd been tired, distracted. Maybe I'd only imagined the work of rearrangement, had visualized it so clearly that I remembered it as having happened. It was possible. It was possible that I was losing it a little bit, that the weight of this place, of my grandmother's presence, of a house full of her decades, was doing something to my mind. I decided not to think about it. But I took another photograph anyway, just to be sure. The photographs became my evidence. I printed them, 3 images of the living room in 3 different configurations. They sat in a folder on the kitchen table, and every morning I would look at them as if they might somehow contradict what I was seeing. They didn't. By the end of that first week, I had stopped trying to rearrange things and started something else instead. I began a log. Date, time, what I moved, how I moved it, and what I found the next morning. I told myself this was practical, scientific even, that if there was a logical explanation, sleepwalking, some form of fugue state, even a breakdown in my own memory, the log would reveal it through patterns. The truth was that writing it down made it feel less impossible. If I could document it, it was real in a different way, a way I could examine without having to fully believe it. The second occurrence was the kitchen. I hadn't touched anything in there on purpose. The kitchen had been my grandmother's domain, and I'd left it largely untouched since I moved in. Her cast iron hung above the stove. Her wooden spoon still lived in the ceramic holder. The table, a heavy oak thing with generations of coffee rings, sat exactly where it had always been, pushed to one side to create a workspace on the left. One Tuesday morning it was on the right. I stood in the doorway for a long time, trying to remember if I'd been in here at all, trying to recall moving it. Nothing came. The table was massive, had to weigh nearly 200 pounds. Moving it would have required intent, effort, presence of mind. Not something I would forget, surely, not unless I truly was walking in my sleep. I moved it back to the left and wrote it down. The next morning, it was on the right again. This time, I didn't move it back. I left it there and told myself that perhaps I was doing this, and the sooner I accepted the fact of my own unwell mind, the sooner I could address it. I looked up therapists in the area. I drafted an email to my sister about what was happening. I never sent it. What would I even say? That a table was moving itself? That I was either mad or haunted, and I wasn't sure which was worse? The window in the upstairs hallway was the thing that made me stop trying to find rational explanations. The upstairs hallway was narrow, book-lined, filled with the particular smell of old paper and the dust that accumulates in houses where nothing is ever quite cleaned thoroughly enough. At the far end was a small window that overlooked the garden, just a single pane, frosted glass, the kind you couldn't quite see through but could feel the weather from. It had been painted shut for decades. I knew this because I'd tried to open it when I first arrived, thinking the hallway could use air. It wouldn't budge. One morning I found it open. Not just open. Open wide, the sash raised fully, the frosted glass fully exposed to the autumn air outside. The hallway was cold in a way it had never been. The pages of the books in their shelves actually rustled in the breeze that came through. I closed it, and I checked, really checked, whether it might have come loose, whether there was any mechanism by which it could have simply released itself. There wasn't. The paint around the frame was intact. The latch was firm. It required actual effort to pull the sash up. Deliberate, conscious effort. I closed it and went downstairs and sat in the kitchen. The kitchen with the table on the right side now where it had stayed, and I tried to think about what it meant that I had no memory of opening that window. That night I dragged the kitchen table back to its original position on the left, but I did it while paying absolute attention. I moved it inch by inch, listening to it scrape against the floor. I felt the weight of it in my shoulders, the strain of it. I ended up slightly breathless, aware of my own body in the way you only are when you're exerting yourself. There was no possibility of forgetting this. I would remember this. The next morning it was on the right. I stood there in my socks, feeling the cold tile through them, and I didn't move it back this time. Instead, I went upstairs to the bedroom I'd chosen, my grandmother's bedroom, though I hadn't meant to choose it, just hadn't chosen any other, and I opened the closet door. Her clothes were still there. I had been avoiding this. Dresses that belonged to another era, cardigans in soft pastels, a fur coat that made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't articulate. Shoes lined the bottom, all the same sensible style in black or brown. Everything arranged with the kind of precision that only comes from decades of repetition. Everything in order. Everything according to some system that had made sense to her, and it seemed continued to make sense to someone. I wondered if my grandmother had been the kind of person to rearrange furniture in her sleep. I wondered if she had paced the upstairs hallway and forgotten to close windows behind her. I wondered if the house had ever surprised her, if there had ever been a moment when she couldn't account for what she'd done or where she'd moved something to. Probably not. She had lived in this house for 60 years. She had known every inch of it. She had never needed to impose order on it, because order was simply what naturally existed here. Until I arrived and disrupted something. That was the thought that kept returning as the days went on and the disturbances continued. Small things, mostly, the bedroom closet door standing open in the morning when I was certain I'd closed it. A book on the nightstand moved 3 feet to the left. The living room curtains drawn when I'd left them open. The front hallway light on at 3 in the morning when I woke for water and came down the stairs to find it glowing in the darkness, though I never used that light. The house settling, I told myself. Old houses were full of drafts and movements, the mind playing tricks, pattern seeking where there was only randomness. But the patterns were there. They were there in the kitchen table's steady preference for the right side. They were there in the way my grandmother's winter coat was moved slightly more to the left in the closet every few days, as if being adjusted for someone shorter, someone with narrower shoulders. They were there in the consistent returning of the living room to its original configuration. Night after night, no matter how I moved it. It was as if the house was teaching me something, as if every morning brought a lesson about what belonged where. By the 3rd week, I had stopped fighting it. I had stopped rearranging. I had stopped trying to impose my own sense of order on a place that had its own arrangement so perfectly, so insistently established. I moved the kitchen table where it wanted to go and left it there. I let the window in the hallway be what it wanted to be. I retreated into the spaces the house seemed less interested in, the study with the old desk, the sitting room no one had used in years. I moved my things into these small corners and tried not to think about what was happening in the rest of it. But I knew. I was beginning to understand something that had no explanation, that lived in the gap between impossible and inevitable. My grandmother's house was still hers, and it was teaching me through every small displacement and every corrected arrangement exactly how little I belonged in it. The question that kept me awake on those long nights was not what was moving the furniture. It was whether, if I kept living here, kept sleeping under this roof, kept breathing the dust and the memory that filled every room, I would eventually stop moving things myself altogether. Whether I would reach a point where I no longer knew which arrangements were mine and which belonged to something else. Whether, in a house like this, it might be possible to gradually stop being able to tell the difference between your own will and the will of something that had lived here far, far longer than you had. The 4th week was when I stopped sleeping in her bedroom. It wasn't a single event that drove me out. It was the accumulation of waking in the dark to the sound of something being moved, not the furniture itself, but the floor beneath it, that subtle shift of weight as something displaced the air and the worn wood simultaneously. I would lie still, listening, not moving, holding my breath as if the slightest sound from me might cause whatever was in the room to acknowledge my presence. The sound stopped when I turned on the light. Every time. The moment illumination filled the room, there would be that briefest pause, a hesitation almost, and then silence. Complete, absolute silence. No creak of settling wood, no whisper of cloth against fabric, just the ambient quiet of an old house at night, the kind of quiet that felt rehearsed, performed for an audience that had finally opened its eyes. So I moved to the study, the narrow room with the desk facing the window, where my grandmother had sat for 30 years writing letters to people I would never know. There were no rearrangements there, The silence in that room felt different, not performed, but respectful, as if something had drawn a boundary and was politely, rigidly maintaining it. I told myself this was progress. But on the 10th night in the study, I woke to find my clothes arranged on the desk, in the exact configuration they had been in when I was a child. Not folded the way I folded them now, careless, efficient, the way an adult folds clothes. They were arranged the way I had arranged them at 7 years old, the way I had learned to organize them from watching my grandmother, the way that made sense only to a child attempting to match an adult's precision and failing in very specific ways. I hadn't thought about folding clothes that way in 35 years. I stood in the doorway of the study in the pre-dawn light, my hands shaking, and tried to explain it. Muscle memory, unconscious repetition, the human mind's inexplicable tendency to return to patterns learned in childhood when under stress. But I had not folded those clothes. I was certain of it. I had worn them the previous day. They had been in my overnight bag, wrinkled and disordered. Now they lay on the desk with the careful, slightly imperfect precision of a child's hands working very hard to do something right. I packed them differently after that. I deliberately made the arrangement wrong, sleeves uneven, socks bundled without pairing, and left them where I slept. Each morning they were corrected. The house was teaching me. Still always, but the lessons were no longer about furniture placement. They were about something far more intimate, about the patterns that lived in my hands, the muscle memory of childhood, the small accumulated behaviors that had come from living with her in those early years. The house was moving through my belongings the way a person might sort through a familiar desk, straightening, organizing, asserting a gentle but implacable correction. It was as if it was trying to make me remember how to be the person I had been when I lived here before. On the 15th day of the 4th week, I found my childhood books arranged on the study shelf. I hadn't unpacked them. They were still in the boxes stacked in the basement, where they had been stored since my grandmother moved to the care facility. All of them, every single one, organized not by size or color or any system I had ever used, but by my reading age. The picture books first, then the early readers, then the chapter books, then the young adult fiction. Arranged in the exact order of my childhood literacy, a timeline of my growth translated into shelf space. It took me an hour to even process what I was seeing. Then I went to the basement. The boxes were still there, all of them. The books had not been removed from the boxes that would have left signs, evidence. The books were simply also on the shelf, both places simultaneously. The boxes full and the shelf full, an impossible duplication that my mind kept trying to rationalize even as I stood there, my hand inside one of the sealed boxes, feeling the weight of books that were somehow also upstairs. I did not go back to the basement after that. I began to understand that what lived in this house was not something that moved objects. It was something that remembered objects, something that understood the specific weight and position of a child's world, and was slowly, persistently, with the patience of 6 decades, reconstructing it. The hallway light came on at 3 a.m, and this time I did not turn it off. I stood at the top of the stairs in my pajamas and looked down at the illumination spreading across the floor, and I understood that it was not trying to frighten me. It was trying to welcome me home. I moved back into the bedroom on the 16th day, not because I had decided to, But because I found myself there in the evening, my suitcase already unpacked, my clothes already in the drawers, arranged in the way they had been arranged when I was 11, I did not remember moving my things. I did not remember making any decision. I was simply there, and it seemed easier to stay than to question how I had arrived. The house felt warmer with me back in it. The air seemed less heavy. The walls seemed to exhale. That night I slept without dreaming, and when I woke, the furniture had not moved. The window was open, I had not opened it, and the scent of the garden came through, the same flowers that had bloomed here my entire childhood. For a moment, still half asleep, I could not remember how old I was. I lay in bed and tried to place the year. It felt important to know, but the answer would not come. The number slipped away from me the way sleep does just after waking, leaving only the sensation of something that had been present but was no longer accessible. By the third week of being back in the bedroom, I had stopped trying to remember. The house wanted me to know something, and slowly, with the patience of a presence that had lived inside these walls for longer than I had been alive, it was teaching me. Every rearrangement, every correction, every small displacement that had no rational explanation, they were all part of a single incomprehensible lesson. I understood, with a clarity that felt like returning to something rather than learning it, that I would never leave this house again. Not because I couldn't, but because I was forgetting why I would want to. And the house, my grandmother's house, still hers in every configuration and corner, seemed to be waiting very patiently for me to stop remembering entirely. Part 4. Aftermath, the months that followed were not the months I would have predicted. There is no clear moment when I stopped being a visitor in my grandmother's house and became something else, a resident, a fixture. Perhaps something that had always belonged here and simply needed time to remember its own name. I stopped calling my apartment. I stopped responding to emails. The practical concerns, the lease, the bills, the life I had assembled before I came back, all of it seemed to fade into a distance that was not geographical, but temporal. Time itself felt different in this house. Days stretched longer. Weeks moved in ways that did not follow the familiar pattern of weeks. Sometimes I would wake and realize I had lost track of which season it was, only to find the calendar telling me that 3 months had passed, when I was certain only 2 weeks had gone by. The furniture continued its slow work. The bookshelf in the living room, the one that still held my grandfather's collection of philosophy texts, leather-bound editions he had spent his life collecting, shifted one morning to face the opposite wall. It was not a dramatic repositioning. It was gradual, the kind of rearrangement that might happen so slowly you do not notice until you walk into a room and realize the light is falling differently, that the space has been subtly reorganized while you slept. When I turned it back, it returned to its new position within hours. By the second day, I accepted the change. By the third day, I could not remember which way it had originally faced. The dining room table, the one where I had eaten countless meals as a child, where my grandmother had insisted we gather for Sunday dinners even when we were all too busy, too disconnected, too lost in the separate trajectories our lives had taken, moved 3 inches to the left one afternoon. Just 3 inches. But it changed how the room felt. It changed how the light from the window intersected with the space. It created a new pathway through the room, and once I had walked that pathway, I could not walk the room any other way. I began to keep a journal. This was perhaps a mistake, or perhaps it was exactly what the house wanted me to do. I documented the changes in careful handwriting, trying to impose a rational framework onto something that resisted rational examination. I wrote dates, times, descriptions of how objects had shifted. But as the weeks turned into months, the entries began to change. The handwriting remained mine, but the observations became less precise. I would write that a chair had moved, but I would be unable to specify from where to where. I would note that the kitchen had been reorganized overnight, but the description would be vague. Impressionistic, talk of how the space felt different, how the light moved through it in new ways, how my footsteps sounded different on the tile. The last entry I wrote was dated in March, though I cannot say with certainty what year March fell in. I wrote, "The house is no longer rearranging itself around me. I am rearranging myself around the house. This feels correct. This feels like the work I was meant to do." After that, I stopped writing. The woman from the property management company came one autumn. At least it looked like autumn. The leaves were turning the color of rust and old copper the way they always did in this house, to ask about the forwarded rent check I had sent from what used to be my apartment. I was not sure why I had sent it. The check had come from funds I did not remember having, signed in handwriting that was almost, but not quite, my own. She was a young woman named Morgan, or possibly the name just seemed to fit the kind of person who might come to the door of a house like this with clipboards and questions. I invited her inside, and we stood in the hallway while the afternoon light moved across the floor at angles that seemed impossible given the position of the windows. She asked me about my plans. She mentioned my lease. She spoke about the apartment in the city with the tone of someone describing a place from a fairy tale, something distant and abstract, more story than reality. I offered her tea, and she accepted. We sat in the kitchen, which had been rearranged since the last time I had seen it, though I could not have told you exactly how. The cupboards were in slightly different positions. The stove faced a new direction. But Morgan did not seem to notice, and after a few minutes of conversation that I could not, upon reflection, remember the specific content of, she signed some papers I placed in front of her and left. I never saw another visitor after that. The house and I reached an understanding sometime around what I believed to be winter, though the seasons were becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish. The cold would come, and the heat would go, and the house would shift and resettle itself in the cycle of changing weather. And I would move with it, my own patterns adjusting to match its own. I stopped turning on the lights at night. I began to navigate the rooms by a kind of intuition that did not require vision, a sense of where things were, where they had been arranged, where they were being slowly rearranged to become something older and more essential than their current configuration. My grandmother's photograph still hung in the hallway, though it had been moved, or perhaps it had always hung in this particular spot, and I was simply now in the stage where I could see it clearly. She looked out at me with the same expression I remembered, not quite a smile, something more knowing than that, the kind of expression someone has when they are waiting for you to understand something you should have understood long ago. The boy, I do not know when the boy became a regular presence in the house, and I cannot describe exactly what I mean by that, began to appear in doorways. Not threatening, just present. He was perhaps 8 or 9 years old, with dark hair, and the kind of serious expression that children sometimes have when they are concentrating very hard on something only they can see. He wore clothes from no particular era. They seemed to shift slightly depending on which room I saw him in, as though the house was still determining what he should look like, still settling on the final details of his reconstruction. He never spoke, but he would watch me as I moved through the house, watching with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was doing something correctly. When I would reach for a book or adjust a chair or move from one room to another, he would nod very slightly, as though confirming that, yes, I was finally getting it, finally understanding the proper way to inhabit this space. I realized, sometime in what I believed was spring, the smell of growing things came through the windows. The light changed to that particular shade of new growth that I remembered from my childhood, that I could not remember my own name. This should have frightened me. It is not the kind of thing that should happen to a person without creating some kind of internal alarm. But instead, it felt like a piece of a puzzle sliding into place. A name felt like an unnecessary artifact, a kind of clinging to an identity that no longer applied. I was becoming something simpler and more essential. I was becoming a function of the house itself, a way for the house to live, to move, to understand itself. The property management company sent a letter addressed to current resident. I found it on the doorstep one morning, and I read it while standing in the hallway. There was language about delinquent accounts and unpaid fees, about how my absence from the apartment in the city had resulted in termination of my lease, about how the few boxes of items that had been left in that space had been disposed of according to standard protocol. The letter was very formal and very thorough, and it confirmed in detailed language what I had already intuited, that there was no longer anything for me in that other place, that I had successfully severed the last threads that connected me to a life that now seemed not just distant but impossible, as though I had imagined it, constructed it in a moment of temporal confusion that the house had now helped me correct. I burned the letter in the fireplace in the living room and watched the paper curl and blacken and turn to ash. The boys stood in the doorway while I did this, not watching the fire, but watching me. When I turned away from the flames, he had disappeared. Now, several seasons later, or perhaps several cycles of the same season, time is not the same here anymore, I have come to understand what the house was waiting for. It was not trying to reclaim me. I was never lost in the way I thought I was. It was simply waiting for me to remember how to be part of it, how to exist in the space the way the furniture does, the way my grandmother did, the way the boy seems to do, with a kind of quiet acceptance of the architecture of your own existence. The hallway light comes on at 3 a.m, and I do not turn it off. I stand at the top of the stairs in whatever clothing I find myself wearing, which no longer seems to be an active choice on my part, just something that happens while I am sleeping or rearranging the books or sitting very still in the library room that I do not remember, #additional middle section. Atmospheric expansion in the house held its breath during daylight in a way that made me question whether I was breathing too. I'd moved in on a Tuesday in September when the light came through the tall windows at angles that made everything look faded, like old photographs. The furniture had already been arranged when I arrived, grandmother's arrangement untouched since she'd left it. I thought I understood then what I was meant to do. I was meant to preserve it. That's what inheritance meant to me then, keeping things exactly as they had been. But after the first rearrangement, something changed in how I experienced the space. The living room had always felt wide. High ceilings, tall windows with glass panes that rattled when the wind moved through the neighborhood. The hardwood floors were pale oak, worn darker along the pathways. Evidence of decades of walking the same routes. I could read the house's habits in those worn grooves. From the hallway to the kitchen, from the sofa to the east window, from the corner bookshelf to the mantel. These paths had been walked so many times they'd become grooves in the wood itself, settled but permanent. When I'd rearranged the furniture that first time, I'd disrupted those paths. The sofa, which had always faced the window, now angled toward the interior of the room. The wingback chair, which had occupied the corner for decades, sat in the middle of the floor like it was waiting for something. The paths no longer made sense. The worn grooves in the wood no longer connected to anything. It was like the house had been written in one language, and I'd scrambled the alphabet. I would sit in the new configuration for hours, trying to convince myself it was better, more open, more mine. The furniture pieces looked different from these new angles. The sofa's faded fabric, a deep blue that had faded to something closer to gray, caught light differently. I could see where grandmother had sat, the depression in the cushions that her body had shaped over years. The impression remained even though she didn't. That concave space held the memory of her weight. The silence of the house during those in-between hours, afternoon, before dusk, was a particular kind of silence. Not peaceful, not empty. It was the silence of something paying attention. I would hear the floors shift slightly, the way old houses do. Timber settling, joints moving infinitesimally, but I became attuned to the difference between the normal creaking of a building that's been standing for 87 years and something else, something purposeful. The air temperature in the living room would shift without the windows opening. Not dramatically, just enough that I'd notice. My arms would develop goosebumps. I'd pull the knit cardigan tighter and tell myself it was September, that old houses were always cool, that this was nothing remarkable. But the temperature changes were localized. Cold in the corner where the wingback chair now sat. Warmer near the window, even when the sun had shifted away. It was as though the house had different seasons in different rooms, different temperatures in different memories. I started spending more time observing the space than occupying it. I would sit at the kitchen table, a smaller, older room where the silence felt less active, and watch the living room from a distance. Watch the quality of light move across the furniture throughout the day. The sofa would glow amber in the late afternoon, then darken to bronze, then fade to blue-gray as evening approached. I watched dust motes float through the sunbeams, and they moved in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. They would swirl clockwise through one beam, then counterclockwise through another. I told myself this was just physics, sunlight and air current, and nothing more. But I was keeping track. Without meaning to, I was documenting the anomalies. The way certain pieces of furniture seemed to gather cold around them. The wingback chair especially. I would walk past it and feel the temperature drop. Not just the perception of cold, but an actual measurable difference. Once I held my hand above the seat cushion, not touching, just hovering. and I could feel the cold radiating from it like it was emitting something rather than absorbing something, like it was a source. The house had a smell that I was learning to read. Old wood, yes, the particular mustiness of a space that had held breath for decades. But underneath that, something else. Something like laundry that had been left damp. Something like the inside of a closed closet. There were olfactory corners to the house. The front hallway smelled like dust and old wallpaper. The kitchen smelled clean and faintly medicinal, like grandmother had scrubbed it regularly with something industrial. The living room smelled like the fabric of the furniture itself, a deep, textile smell with underlying notes of time. After grandmother's things rearranged themselves, after I found the sofa back where it had been, the chairs returned to their original positions, the smell changed. It became richer somehow, more concentrated, as though something that had been dormant was now exhaling. I would wake in the night and lie in grandmother's bed, which I had not wanted to sleep in, but all the other bedrooms felt wrong. So I had compromised with myself and taken her room, and I would listen to the house. The sounds were different in darkness, more honest somehow. The floors would creak, but not with the randomness of settling timber. There was pattern to it, rhythm, as though something was walking through the rooms, slowly, deliberately, taking the same path, night after night, the path that the worn grooves in the wood had mapped out. I tried not to follow the sound. I would pull the covers up and press my hands against my ears, childish as that was. But I could still hear it, feel it through the floorboards, the vibration of weight distributed carefully, moving through space, the hallway, the living room, past the sofa, past the wingback chair, around the perimeter of the room like it was checking to ensure everything was in place. By day I would find small things displaced. Not dramatically. A coaster moved an inch to the left. A book rotated so its spine faced outward instead of inward. The throw pillows repositioned. Always settle. Always corrections toward the original arrangement. As though something in the house was slowly, methodically, returning things to their proper order. And when the furniture itself moved, when I came downstairs and found the sofa back in its window-facing position, the chairs returned to corners, the bookshelf straightened, I understood that I was not in control of this space. The house was. The hallway between the living room and the kitchen became a space I moved through quickly. The light there was always wrong, too gray, too thin. The walls were papered in a faded floral pattern that I suspected might have been grandmother's choice decades ago. The paper had begun to separate from the wall in places, and I would catch myself staring at the gaps. At the layer of wallpaper beneath that was slightly different, slightly older. The house wearing its history like visible skin. When I walked through the hallway, the air would still, not figuratively, actually still. The small sounds of the house, the ambient creaking, the hum of electrical current would pause. It felt like the house was holding its breath as I passed, or like I was passing through something private, something I wasn't meant to witness. I began to understand that grandmother had not left the house. She had been absorbed by it, returned to it. The furniture was not being moved by her presence, not exactly, but by the house's insistence on maintaining the shape of her life within it. The sofa was where it had been because grandmother had sat there, and the house remembered her sitting. The chairs were where they were because that was where she had placed them, and the house honored that placement, that decision, that small claim of ownership and order she had made upon a space. The house was not haunted. The house was remembering. And I had disrupted that remembrance. I had taken up residence in a space that was already entirely occupied, not by a presence, but by the weight of years lived within it. Every object held in its position, not because of any force I could measure or combat, but because of the gravity of accumulated time. The house was not forcing the furniture back. It was simply refusing to let go of what it had held for so long, or being part of the house before, but that seems to have always been here, and I looked down at the light, spreading across the floorboards. It is a warm light, yellowish, the color of old paper and old wood and old time. It is a light that says welcome. It is a light that says you are home, and you have always been home, and there is nowhere else you could possibly belong. The furniture has stopped rearranging itself. Everything is finally in its correct place. The house is settled. The boy comes and goes through the rooms like a small ghost who has not yet realized he is a ghost, or who has realized it and has simply accepted it the way one accepts that water is wet, or that the sky exists above you. My grandmother's photograph watches from its place in the hallway. Sometimes I think I hear other footsteps in the rooms I am not in the parts of the house that seem to extend further back than architecture should reasonably allow. Last week, or perhaps it was last year, the seasons are very subtle now. They blur into one another. I found a box in the attic that I had never seen before. It was not sealed. Inside were photographs I did not remember posing for. Images of me as I am now, standing in rooms of this house, arranging books on shelves, sitting at the dining room table, walking through hallways with my hands trailing along the walls. I sorted through them carefully, examining my own face in each image, trying to see at what point the person in the photographs became indistinguishable from the person looking at them. The transition was so gradual that I could not point to a single moment where it happened. But it had happened. I had become what the house needed me to become. The most recent photograph was on the bottom of the pile. It showed me standing in the foyer, caught mid-step, my hand reaching toward something I could not quite see in the frame. Behind me, visible but indistinct, was another figure. The boy, perhaps, or something older. Something that had always been here, waiting in the spaces between the furniture, patient in the way that houses are patient, watching and rearranging and slowly, carefully, rebuilding the past until it became the present, until it became the only time that mattered. I placed the photographs back in the box and left them where I found them. Tomorrow, or what passes for tomorrow in this place, I will probably find them in a different room, and the room after that, and the room after that. The house is always moving things. It is always adjusting, rearranging, preparing, and I am finally learning that this is not something to resist. The hallway light is on again. It is always on now. It never turns off. And when I look down at it from the top of the stairs, I can see shadows in the light, not moving through it, but part of it, woven into it. The way a memory is woven into the walls of a place you have never truly left. I think I will go sit in the library room for a while, or perhaps I already am. Story 3. The basement tenant who leaves notes in my handwriting. The house settles in a way that inherited things do, slowly, reluctantly, as if deciding whether to accept you. I've been here 3 months. The inheritance papers are still in a folder on my kitchen table next to the realtor's business cards I haven't thrown away and a mug of coffee I left too long ago to risk drinking. The basement is the last place I've properly explored. It's not that I'm afraid of basements. It's that this one has weight to it, a thickness in the air that seems to increase the further down the stairs you go. The wooden steps are narrow and worn, the kind that creak in a pattern, as if they're remembering every footfall they've ever held. When I descend, I try to find a rhythm that doesn't disturb them too much, though I'm aware how foolish that is. The house is mine now. The basement is mine. The stairs are supposed to hold me without resentment. The bulb hanging from the center of the low ceiling is the original, or close enough. Bears 60 watts, the kind of light that creates more shadow than illumination. It swings slightly when I pull the cord, though there's no draft. The walls are stone, actual stone, uneven and rough, painted white sometime in the 1970s based on the yellowed trim and the way the paint has surrendered to the damp. Dark patches spread across the lower walls like slow stains, and the air tastes of concrete, rust, and something organic I can't quite name. Earth, maybe, the smell of something that's been breathing underground for a very long time. The furniture is what you'd expect. An old Davenport with springs visible through its fabric, pushed against the far wall. A desk, an actual wood desk with a leather top, the kind that suggests the basement was once a workspace, or at least a place where someone spent intentional time. Boxes everywhere, towers of them, stacked without system, labeled in handwriting that isn't mine but that I now understand belonged to the house's previous owner. My mother's cousin twice removed. Someone I met exactly once, at a funeral when I was 7. The previous owner died 4 years ago. The house stood empty for 2 of those years before the family attorneys tracked me down. A distant relation, they'd explained, with no immediate family and a house in need of settlement. I hadn't even known the woman's name until I read her obituary. Now, I live in her house. It's a Victorian, 3 stories, the kind that has rooms for purposes that don't exist anymore. A parlor, a formal dining room, servant stairs that I've deliberately not explored. The inheritance came as a surprise. I wasn't expecting anything from anyone, but the timing was convenient. I needed to leave my apartment. I needed space. I needed not to answer questions about why I was leaving my job, my city, my life as it had been arranged. The house offered silence instead. Today I'm down here because the upstairs is boring me in a way that bothers me more than it should. I'm trying to inventory what's here in case I decide to sell. The realtor said that would take time. The house needs work and the property needs cleaning, but until then I might as well know what I'm dealing with. The boxes have been calling to me in their quiet way, insistent, curious, the kind of call that makes you feel foolish when you notice it. I start with the nearest stack. The handwriting on the first box reads in careful cursive, winter clothes, small. The next says linens, kitchen, another, books, miscellaneous. The boxes are organized at least, labeled by someone methodical. I feel a small gratitude toward my mother's cousin for that small mercy. I don't open them, not yet. I'm still in the gathering information phase, the phase where everything is inventory and nothing is real. The desk is where I stop. It's a beautiful desk, actually. I hadn't noticed that until now. The leather is cracked and worn, but it's the good kind of worn, the kind that comes from years of use rather than neglect. There's a small brass lamp attached to the back corner, angled toward where someone would sit to write. The lamp has no bulb. There's a shallow drawer, closed, and below that a larger one. The wood is dark, some kind of mahogany perhaps, with grain that moves like water frozen mid-ripple. The top is bare except for dust and the ghost marks where objects used to sit. I don't know why I opened the top drawer. It's not locked. It slides out smoothly, as if recently oiled, though that's impossible. It's been years. The wood swells in basements. Nothing should slide smoothly. The drawer contains what you'd expect from an old desk. A few pens, dried out. A small scissors with tortoiseshell handles. Some paper clips, oxidized. A pad of paper, the old-fashioned kind, cream-colored, the type people used before notepads were mass-manufactured. Most of the pages are blank, yellowed with age, but the top page is covered in handwriting, not my handwriting. Or, well, I have to look at it twice. The note reads, "Morgan, don't go to Jordan's on the 14th. I know what happens. Don't go." The handwriting is mine, not similar, not close. Mine, the same pressure on the downstrokes, the same slight left lean, the way the letters connect, each one bleeding into the next. The specific way I cross my T's only a quarter of the way across the stem, as if I'm in a hurry, which I always am. The way my G's loop below the line in that characteristic way my high school English teacher used to circle in red pen. The handwriting is mine, but I didn't write it. I'm sure of this in a way that bypasses logic. I've never been in this basement for more than an hour at a time. I've never sat at this desk. I've never written anything down here. More importantly, I don't remember writing it. And unlike some people, I don't forget things I've written. I remember every grocery list, every note, every scribbled reminder on the back of an envelope. I remember my own handwriting the way I remember the way my voice sounds, as something too familiar to ever misplace. But here it is. I read it again. The paper is old. Yellow. The ink is faded, but not so faded that it could be decades old. It looks like it was written maybe 5 years ago, maybe more recently than that. The deterioration of paper is a language I don't speak. Don't go to Jordan's on the 14th. Jordan. I know a Jordan. I haven't seen her in 7 years. We met in college, drifted apart in the way that people do when they move to different cities. I'm not in contact with her. I wouldn't call her to make plans. The number I once had for her is long gone. The 14th of what month? The note doesn't specify. And why would any version of me write something like that on old paper in an old desk in a basement that I didn't grow up in a house that doesn't contain any memories of mine? I should feel scared. Instead, I feel cold in a way that has nothing to do with the temperature. The basement air is actually quite mild. The stone keeps it stable, I think. But my hands are cold. My arms are cold. The kind of cold that comes from inside, the way you get cold when you understand that something fundamental is wrong with your understanding of how things work. I turn the paper over. The back is blank. I check the other sheets in the pad. All blank, all yellowed. This one single page, covered on one side with my handwriting, telling me not to do something I have no intention of doing, warning me against a person I haven't thought about in years. I put the paper back in the drawer. I close the drawer. I close it carefully, as if the desk might startle. The basement is quieter than it was before. The hum of something, a pipe, maybe, or the house's ancient electrical system has stopped. Or maybe It was never there. Maybe I'm rewriting the baseline of the room to match the wrongness that I'm now aware of. I climb the stairs without looking back. Each step creaks in its expected place. The cord for the light swings slightly as I pull the basement door closed. In the kitchen, the coffee mug is still sitting exactly where I left it, the liquid inside a dark, undisturbed circle. The note is still in the drawer downstairs. I make tea instead. It bothers me for 2 days. The kind of bothering that is exactly the size of an obsession, but not quite the shape of one yet. I think about it while I'm brushing my teeth. I think about it while I'm eating cereal at the kitchen table. I consider logical explanations that feel thin and unconvincing as soon as I articulate them even internally. Someone was in the house before me. Someone wrote it. A previous owner's friend, perhaps. A person who'd left the note there as a practical joke or a genuine warning about some event that happened years ago. The paper is old, which means the note is old, which means it has nothing to do with me or my present circumstances. But I didn't write it. That's the thing I keep returning to. Not the mystery of who did, but the absolute certainty that it wasn't me. On the third day, I find the second note. I've been keeping my grocery list in a small pad on the kitchen counter, a habit I've maintained since college, a way of organizing myself that doesn't require my phone. The pad is a standard spiral-bound thing, printed with little crossed-out boxes that I'll never use. I keep it near the refrigerator and consult it several times a day. This morning, I open it to add oat milk to the list. The previous page, which should have been blank, has writing on it. The handwriting is mine again. The message says, "Don't tell Casey about the interview." Not yet. I don't have an interview. I don't know anyone named Casey. Or I do, I realize, with that same cold feeling sinking through my chest. There's a Casey I used to work with. I see them occasionally on social media. We were friendly, not close, but friendly enough that we exchanged pleasantries at work events. But I haven't spoken to them in almost a year, since I left the job. Why would I write myself a note about not telling them something that doesn't exist? The handwriting looks fresh, not months old, not yellowed. The pen pressure is consistent with how I'm writing oat milk on the page below it, the way my hand works when I'm making a list. It looks like something I could have written this morning or yesterday, or perhaps while I was still asleep and my hand was moving without the awareness of my mind. But I didn't write it, I'm certain. I tear the page out of the pad. It resists, the spiral binding doesn't want to release it, and when it finally comes free, the metal tears slightly. I crumple the page. Then I smooth it out again. Then I read it one more time. Don't tell Casey about the interview. Not yet. The implication of these notes is starting to shape itself. Not one note in an old desk left by someone long gone. 2 notes, one old, one recent, both in my handwriting, both warning me about something. Warning me about what? About things that haven't happened? About things that don't make sense in the context of my life as I'm living it right now? I put the crumpled page in my back pocket and I don't throw it away. The third note appears on my bed. I've slept badly. I dreamed about walking through hallways that stretched longer than hallways should, past doorways that didn't exist when I was awake. I dreamed about basements that went down and down. I woke at 3 a.m. and read articles on my phone for 2 hours without processing what I was reading, letting the screen light wash over me until my eyes were dry. When I finally turned off the phone and tried to sleep again, I did it fitfully, waiting for morning. It was still dark when I finally got up, just barely light enough to see. The bedroom is at the front of the house, and the street light outside gives everything a flat, grayish quality. I'm still in the phase of not making the room entirely mine. The bed is the previous owner's bed, the dresser is hers, the curtains are hers. I'm sleeping in someone else's space, and it shows in 100 small ways. Nothing here is mine yet. Nothing is settled. I pulled the covers back to make the bed, a thing I've been doing compulsively since I arrived here, unable to stand the idea of an unmade bed, and there, on top of my pillow, was a piece of paper. Not on the bed, on the pillow, where I had rested my head not 2 hours earlier. The handwriting is mine. Newer handwriting, I think. Darker pen. More rushed. The note reads, "Don't go to your appointment on January 14th. You need to find out why first. The date is specific. Specific and within the current year. Specific and only 4 days away. I don't have an appointment on January 14th. Or I do, I realize with a feeling like falling. I've been so busy settling into the house, into the silence, into the nothing of my new life, that I haven't checked my calendar in days. I find my phone. I check. Dr. Morris, appointment scheduled January 14th, 2 p.m. The appointment was made before I moved here. Years ago, it's so routine. An annual physical rescheduled 3 times, finally landing on this date. I haven't thought about it. I was going to go, sit in the waiting room, let someone take my blood pressure, and leave. But something in these notes is telling me that's a mistake. Something in my own handwriting is telling me that's a mistake. The note is shaking slightly as I hold it. That's my hand shaking. That's my body deciding that it's afraid, even though my mind hasn't caught up to articulating what it's afraid of. I read the note again. Find out why first. Find out why what? Why I shouldn't go. Why there's something about this appointment that matters. Why some version of me, and it must be me. The handwriting is absolutely mine. The pressure and the slope and the specific way I write the letters is trying to warn me off something that I'd completely forgotten about. I put the note on the nightstand. I get out of bed. The house is dark around me. There's only the gray light from the window, and the street light doesn't reach into the hallway or down the stairs. I don't turn on any lights. I move through the darkness like I'm moving through something solid, something that has to part for me to pass. In the kitchen, I turn on the overhead light. It's too bright. Everything is too bright and too sharp, and the normal things, the coffee maker. The sink, the refrigerator with its gentle hum, are suddenly things I don't recognize. I make coffee anyway. I sit at the kitchen table and I wait for actual daylight. The kind of daylight that feels like it should happen in a normal house, in a normal situation, where people don't find notes in their own handwriting warning them about things that haven't happened yet. The coffee is cold by the time the sun comes up. I spend the next day trying not to think about it. This is harder than it should be. Not thinking about something is like trying not to think about a specific word once someone's mentioned it. The word appears in every sentence. Every thought loops back to it. I find myself returning to the notes compulsively, reading them again and again, trying to find something I missed, a date, a signature, some indication of when they were written or where they came from. There's nothing. In the evening, I gather them all together. The note from the basement desk, the note from the grocery pad, the note from my pillow, I lay them out on the kitchen table, chronologically, as if I'm a detective trying to solve a crime that I myself have committed. The first note is old, years old. The paper is yellow. The ink is faded. It warns me about Jordan's on the 14th. Which Jordan's is unclear. The address isn't mentioned. Neither is the year. The second note is more recent. Weeks old, maybe. The paper is newer. The ink is darker. It tells me not to tell Casey about an interview. The third note is fresh. The paper is my paper, from my room, the kind of paper I buy and keep in the nightstand. The ink is from my pen, the kind I actually use. It tells me not to go to my appointment on January 14th and to find out why first. The progression is clear even if the meaning isn't. The notes are getting more specific, more urgent, more present tense. They're moving from something old to something that's happening now, right now, in the present moment. They're moving toward something. What if I think, and then I stop myself? What if is a dangerous way to think. What if is how you go from confused to terrified in about 5 minutes. But what if they're not warnings about things that are coming? What if they're warnings about things that already happened? What if there's something wrong with my sense of time? What if I'm not remembering things correctly? What if I did go to that appointment and something happened, and the person I am now, in this moment, is just a version of me that doesn't remember it yet? It's a thought that should feel crazy. Instead, it feels true in a way that makes my hands shake against the table. I don't sleep that night, not because I'm afraid, though I am, but because I can't turn my mind off. I keep returning to the same circular thought. If the notes are written in my handwriting, then at some point I must have written them. There's no other logical explanation. The hand that formed those letters is my hand. The pressure of the pen, the slant, the way I loop certain letters, it's all mine, unless it isn't. By morning, I'm exhausted in a way that feels physical, like something has been slowly draining me while I lay awake in the dark. I make coffee and stand at the window, looking out at the street below. Ordinary, gray, nothing moving but wind in the bare branches of the trees across the way. Everything is normal. Everything is fine. Then I realize I don't remember making coffee. The mug is in my hand, warm, and there's a coffee smell coming from the kitchen, and the machine is off. I must have made it. Of course I made it. My hands smell like the coffee grounds. But I have no memory of doing it, no recollection of measuring, pouring, pressing the button. It's just suddenly done, as if a gap opened up in my consciousness and closed again without asking permission. I set the mug down carefully. This is fine. This is a normal thing. People make coffee on autopilot all the time. You can do something 1,000 times and stop remembering each individual instance. That's how habit works. That's how the brain conserves energy. There's nothing sinister about it. I drink the coffee anyway, because throwing it out feels like accepting that something is wrong. By afternoon, I notice that there's food in my refrigerator that I don't remember buying. A container of pasta, 2 apples, a block of cheese. The kind of cheese I like, which means whoever bought it knew that, but it's the kind I always buy anyway. So what does that prove? Nothing. I go to the grocery store regularly. I must have gone. I must have filled a basket without being aware of it, paid without remembering the transaction, brought it home, and put it away. Except I know what I did today. I've been home. I haven't left the apartment since yesterday morning. I close the refrigerator door very slowly. That evening I find another note. It's on the back of an envelope on my kitchen counter. in my handwriting written in my pen. It says, "You're going to want to call Morgan." Don't. Not yet. My hand moves to the phone before I've fully processed what I've read. I have to force myself to put it down. I sit at the table and stare at the envelope for a long time. Morgan is someone I haven't thought about in weeks. Someone from before. Before what exactly, I'm not sure anymore. A friend. A former friend. We had a falling out that I can't quite remember the details of, though I know it mattered. I know it hurt. When Morgan's name comes to mind, it comes with a small, familiar ache. But I haven't been thinking about Morgan. Why would I suddenly want to call Morgan? Unless there's a part of me that knows something I don't. That night, I find myself in the basement. I don't remember deciding to go down there. I become aware of myself at the bottom of the stairs, standing in the darkness, my hand on the light switch. The basement is cold in a way that doesn't match the rest of the apartment. It's not the kind of cold that comes from air conditioning. It's older, damper. The cold of a place that hasn't seen direct sunlight in a long time, maybe never. I turn on the light. The basement is empty except for boxes I haven't unpacked since moving in. Storage, forgotten things. The desk is there, the old wooden desk where I found the first note. I walk toward it slowly, knowing that there's going to be another one. Knowing it the way you know something is about to happen before it happens. The way your body understands danger before your mind can name it. There's a note on the desk. This one is different. This one is written in a hurry, the letters uneven. The pressure of the pen so hard that it's worn through the paper in places. It says, January 14th is important. You have to remember January 14th. If you don't remember, then you can't stop it from happening again. I pick up the note with shaking hands. The date on the note I found in my room was January 14th. The old yellowed note warned about Jordans on the 14th. These notes are not just warning me. They're insisting on something, demanding that I pay attention to a specific date, a specific event, something that happened or is going to happen on a day that I don't remember and don't understand. I try to think about January 14th. I try to force my memory to produce something, anything, but there's nothing there. It's like trying to see something in peripheral vision. The harder you look, the more it slips away. There's just a blank space in my mind where that day should be. I go back upstairs and check my calendar. Today is January 10th, 4 days away. 4 days until January 14th arrives, and whatever is supposed to happen happens, and I either remember it or I don't. 4 days until I find out if these notes are a warning or a confession. That night, I hear something in the apartment, a sound like footsteps in the hallway outside my door. The hallway of my apartment building, the hallway where no one ever goes except the residents, and it's late and everyone should be sleeping. I get out of bed and look through the peephole. There's nobody there. The hallway is empty. But I heard it. I know I heard it. Unless I didn't. Unless I'm already losing the thread of what's real and what's not. Already sliding into the same fog that my other self has been living in. The one who leaves notes and buys groceries and somehow creates gaps in the day where I simply cease to exist, conscious and aware. On January 11th, I call in sick to work. I can't be around people. I can't pretend to be normal when something inside me is coming loose. My supervisor doesn't ask questions. He just says, okay. And I hang up the phone, and I sit in my apartment, and I wait. The waiting is worse than anything else. I start noticing small things. The way certain objects in my apartment have moved. My laptop is on the wrong side of my desk. My bedroom door, which I always keep closed, is open. The books on my shelf have been rearranged, not dramatically, just subtly, just enough that I can tell someone has been through them, or I've been through them, or my other self has been through them, the one who exists in the moments I can't remember. I find a third note on my pillow, which I know is impossible because I made my bed this morning. I know I did. I remember smoothing down the blankets. And now there's a note under my pillow that wasn't there before. It says, Riley called twice. You don't want to talk to Riley. You know what Riley wants. I don't have any missed calls. I check my phone. The call log is clean, which means either the calls didn't happen or they did happen and something made them disappear, or I answered them without remembering, and that memory is already gone. Riley, another name, another person from before, another fragment of the life I'm living but not aware of living. I sit on my bed and I read all the notes again, and I try to piece together a story that makes sense. A timeline, a narrative arc that doesn't require me to believe that I'm losing my mind, or that there's something in my apartment that's writing in my handwriting and moving my things while I sleep or don't sleep. But the more I read them, the more clear it becomes. The notes aren't telling me to do anything. They're telling me not to do things. Don't go to Jordan's. Don't tell Casey about the interview. Don't go to my appointment. Don't call Morgan. Don't talk to Riley. It's not a warning. It's a quarantine. Something is trying to keep me isolated. Something is trying to keep me from talking to anyone, from going anywhere, from doing anything except staying here and waiting for January 14th to arrive and whatever is supposed to happen to happen. And the worst part is that it's working. I haven't called anyone. I haven't left the apartment. I haven't told a single person what's happening to me because I know how it sounds, and I know that if I say it out loud, then it becomes real in a way that's harder to deny. But it's already real. On January 13th, I find another note. This one is on my bathroom mirror, written in soap so that I see it when I look at myself. It says, tomorrow is the day. You'll understand in the morning. I wash the mirror clean. My reflection looks pale. My eyes are rimmed with dark circles. I look like someone who hasn't slept in days, which is true, but I also look like someone who's being hollowed out from the inside, like something is slowly replacing the person I used to be with something else. I spend the evening in silence, waiting for midnight. When midnight comes, I'm awake. I'm sitting in my living room with all the lights on, and I'm waiting to feel something change, waiting for January 14th to arrive and bring with it whatever it is I'm supposed to remember. But nothing happens. I check my phone. It's 12:01 a.m. January 14th has arrived, and I feel exactly the same. There's no sudden flash of memory, no revelation, no understanding of why this date matters or what's supposed to happen today. Just an ordinary morning arriving at an ordinary time. And that's when I hear the knock on my door. It's loud, deliberate, the knock of someone who's going to keep knocking until I answer. I go to the door, still in my pajamas, still hollow-eyed and exhausted. I look through the peephole. There's a woman standing in the hallway. I don't recognize her, but something about her face triggers a feeling I can't name, a feeling that's attached to a memory I don't have. I open the door. "Hello," she says, and her voice carries the weight of someone who's been looking for me for a very long time. I'm here about the interview, the one you missed, the one you've been forgetting. Behind her, the hallway seems longer than it should be. The light is wrong. Everything is the color of old photographs. And in that moment, standing in my doorway on January 14th, I finally understand that the person writing the notes wasn't trying to warn me. She was trying to keep me from remembering. The woman in the hallway doesn't move. She's waiting for me to let her in, or waiting for me to say something, or waiting for me to remember. Her face is composed in a way that suggests she's been patient for a long time and can afford to be patient a little longer. I notice her hands first. They're thin, almost translucent in the hallway light. Her fingernails are very clean. Everything about her is very clean, in a way that feels deliberate, ceremonial. I think you have me confused with someone else, I say, but my voice sounds uncertain even to me. No, she says simply, I don't. She doesn't push past me. She doesn't need to. There's something about the way she stands that makes the hallway feel smaller, like the space between us is contracting without either of us moving. The interview, she repeats. On December 27th, you were supposed to come to the building on Ashford Street, the basement unit, room 4. The date hits me like cold water. December 27th was the day the note started. December 27th was when I first woke up and found something written in my handwriting that I don't remember writing. I never agreed to any interview, I say. You did, she says. You called the number. You scheduled the appointment. You were very specific about the time. 7 p.m. You said you needed to discuss your tenancy agreement. I'm about to say something else when I notice that my hands are shaking. I grip the doorframe to steady myself. How did you find me? I ask instead. I never had to look, she says. You came to us. And when you didn't arrive at your appointment, when you started forgetting and letting the fear take over, someone had to come to you. Behind her, the hallway light flickers once. It's subtle, almost deniable. But I see it. Get away from my door, I say, and I move to close it. She puts her hand against the frame. Not pushing, just stopping it gently. You signed a lease, she says quietly. A very specific lease. One that required you to honor certain commitments. You broke those commitments when you didn't show up on December 27th. My skin is crawling. Every nerve in my body is telling me to shut the door, to lock it, to do something to make this real moment stop being real. The lease is binding, she continues, because you knew what you were agreeing to, on some level. The part of you that's still capable of knowing things understood the terms completely. What are you talking about? I whisper. The apartment downstairs, she says. Room 4. The tenant there needs something. Someone, your contract was supposed to address that transfer. I slam the door. I hear her standing on the other side, neither knocking nor leaving, just standing. Waiting, I engage both locks and the chain. I back away slowly, keeping my eyes on the door as if it might open of its own accord. But it doesn't. After a long time, maybe 10 minutes, maybe an hour, I hear her footsteps retreat down the hallway. I don't hear the elevator. I don't hear the stairwell door. She simply ceases to be audible, the way a thought stops being audible when you stop thinking it. I spend the rest of January 14th in my bedroom with the lights on and my phone in my hand, though I don't know who I would call. I realize with a sinking clarity that I've been isolated for nearly 3 weeks now. I don't remember the last time I actually spoke to another person. Jordan, Casey, Morgan, Riley, they've all tried to reach out. I have 17 missed calls, 23 unread messages, and I ignored every single one because something in me understood that contact with them was dangerous, that the isolation itself was a kind of protection. But protection from what? And for whom? By evening, my apartment begins to feel different. I can't pinpoint exactly what's changed. The temperature is stable. The lights are all on. But there's a quality to the air, a heaviness, like the atmosphere itself has become thick and difficult to move through. I sit on my bed and wait. Waiting has become my primary occupation now. Waiting and trying not to think about room 4 or the woman with the translucent hands or what exactly a transfer might entail. That's when I notice my handwriting on the nightstand. The note isn't written on paper, it's written on my skin. I'm wearing a long-sleeved shirt, and someone has written across the inside of my wrist in dark blue ink. The words are small but precise. She was a tenant. Like you, like all of us. I don't remember this. I know with absolute certainty that I didn't write this on myself, but the handwriting is mine. Every loop, every curve, every particular way I form my letters, it's identical to my own. I run to the bathroom and scrub at my wrist until my skin is raw and bleeding. The ink doesn't wash off, it smudges, but it doesn't disappear. By the time I stop scrubbing, night has fallen completely. My apartment is no longer mine. I'm aware of this in the way you become aware of a presence in a darkened room, not through seeing it, but through the absence of doubt about it. There's something here with me. It's not malevolent in any obvious sense. It's not doing things to frighten me, not really. It's just existing alongside me, and in existing it's slowly making itself felt. A pressure in the air, a sense of wrongness to the shadows, the sound of breathing that might be my own or might not be. I go to my computer. I search for Ashford Street. It exists. It's a real place, about 4 miles from my apartment. I search for buildings with basement units. I find a complex, old, converted from what looks like it used to be a hotel. Room 4 is listed in the directory. Against every instinct, I click on the listing. What appears is a rental advertisement that's been inactive for 2 years. The description is sparse, basement unit, quiet tenants only, long-term leases available. Inquire about current occupancy status. The photos are old. They show a sparse room with concrete walls, a single small window near the ceiling that looks out onto pavement and passing feet, a narrow bed, a desk, a chair. Everything is arranged with perfect precision. Everything is clean. And on the desk, visible in one of the photos, is a stack of papers. I zoom in as far as I can, but I can't make out what they say. They're just pale rectangles on a wooden surface, documents of some kind. Leases, maybe, contracts, evidence of agreements made and broken. I close the browser. My apartment is completely dark now. I have no memory of turning off the lights, but they're off, all of them. The city light from my windows is pale and insufficient, casting everything in shades of gray and shadow. I stand in the darkness of my living room, and I try very hard to remember the interview. The appointment on December 27th. The voice on the phone when I supposedly called to schedule it. But there's nothing there. That part of my memory has been scraped clean. Then I hear it. A sound from below my apartment, from the floor beneath my feet. It's faint, but it's there. The rhythmic scraping of something being dragged across a concrete floor. Back and forth, back and forth. The sound of something that exists directly beneath me, in a space that should be empty. The sound continues for hours. I don't sleep. I sit on my couch in the dark and I listen to the scraping. And I understand finally what all the notes have been trying to tell me. Not warnings, not instructions. Apologies, the part of me that can write in my handwriting while I sleep, has been trying to apologize because it knows something I don't. It knows what I agreed to. It knows what the interview was really about. It knows what exists in room 4 and why my absence caused it to send someone to find me. And worst of all, it knows what's going to happen when January 15th arrives. At 6:47 a.m., as dawn begins to break gray and cold over the city, I find myself standing at my apartment door with my coat on and my shoes laced. I have no memory of putting them on. I have no memory of deciding to leave. My hand is on the doorknob, and I know with the kind of absolute, bone-deep certainty that precedes all the worst moments of a life, that if I open this door and step through it, something fundamental will change. The person who lives here will no longer be the person who opens it. But my hand turns the knob anyway, and the door swings open into the hallway, which is very long and very quiet and exactly the color of old photographs. Hashtag Part 4. Aftermath, the hallway went on longer than it should have. That's the first thing I remember with clarity, the impossible length of it, the way the carpet seemed to stretch and compress at the same time, the fluorescent panels above flickering in sequence like a heartbeat made visible. I walked. I don't know for how long. Time had become something negotiable, something that bent when you weren't looking at it directly. I remember the stairwell. Concrete steps descending. The kind of stairwell you find in old buildings, where the air gets colder and thicker the farther down you go, where sounds become muffled as if the walls themselves are absorbing all attempts at noise. My feet moved on their own. I was a passenger in my own body, watching from somewhere very far away. Then I was back. I woke up, if you can call it that, sitting in my apartment with the morning sun already high and pale through my windows. My coat was draped over the back of my chair. My shoes were placed neatly beside the door. My hands were shaking so badly that I couldn't hold a glass of water. I tried anyway. The glass broke on the kitchen tile, and I watched the water spread into a shape that looked almost like writing. That was 17 days ago. Since then, I have tried very hard to return to what people call normalcy. I go to work. I buy groceries. I sleep in my bed. Though sleep is perhaps the wrong word for the state I enter each night. A kind of darkness that I fall into and climb out of with the feeling of having swum through something very deep. My coworkers haven't commented on the changes in me, which suggests the changes are either very subtle or very noticeable, and they're all too polite to mention them. I'm not sure which possibility disturbs me more. The notes have stopped. That should be a relief. Instead, it's the thing that terrifies me most, because silence is a form of patience, and patience is what something uses when it's sure of what comes next. I've read the notes I kept dozens of times now. I've studied my own handwriting on pages I have no memory of writing, analyzing the pressure of the pen, the slant of the letters, the way certain words are underlined with an emphasis that borders on desperation. Don't go to the interview. You can still refuse. It hasn't taken everything yet. The last note is dated December 31st. The handwriting is shaky, unstable, The ink smudges in places, as if my hand was moving too fast or my eyes were too full of tears to see what I was writing. It says only, "I'm sorry." I don't know which of us wrote it. The building, when I finally gathered enough courage to research it properly, has a history that the rental website had carefully edited out. It was a hotel once, yes, but it closed in 1987 after a series of disappearances. 5 people over the course of 3 years, all long-term residents, all living in basement units. All of them gone with no explanation, no trace beyond the rooms they'd occupied. Rooms with sparse furniture and precisely arranged belongings and, in some cases, stacks of documents on desks that no one has ever been able to properly read. Because the photographs are old and the resolution is poor, and some mysteries are designed to remain just outside the reach of understanding. The building was converted into apartments in 1992, and the basement units were sealed off. Officially, but there are people who still list room 4 in directories. There are still people who get phone calls when they search for cheap basement rentals late at night. There is still something that lives in that space, something patient and methodical, something that knows the importance of keeping agreements. The appointment I don't remember scheduling was for January 15th, 2024. Today is January 15th. I've spent the entire day waiting for something to happen, but nothing has. The scraping sound from beneath my apartment stopped days ago. The radiator in my kitchen hasn't clanked or groaned or made any unusual noise. My lights all work when I turn them on. My handwriting, when I write, is entirely my own, steady and familiar and completely under my control. But I've noticed something small. It's the desk in my apartment, the one I inherited from my grandmother years ago, the one I never use because I prefer to work in the kitchen or on the couch. When I look at it now, in certain light, I can see dust patterns on the surface that suggest something heavy was moved from that spot very recently, something that took up space, something that belonged there long enough to leave a mark. And there's a pen, a simple blue ballpoint, the kind you get in bulk at office supply stores, resting in the center of the desktop, balanced perfectly, as if placed there with deliberate care. I don't remember leaving it there. I'm quite certain I haven't used a pen like that in months. Beside it is a stack of blank paper, white and unmarked and waiting. I haven't touched either of them. I haven't even come particularly close. I walk past the desk carefully, as one might walk past something sleeping, something that could wake at any moment. I do my best to avoid looking at it directly, though I find my eyes drawn to it anyway, to that pen sitting on top of that paper, like a question posed in the most direct possible way, like an invitation written in a language older than words. The agreement, I realize now, was never something with an expiration date. It was something that exists in the spaces between agreements, in the gaps where consent becomes ambiguous and participation becomes automatic. It was something sealed not on the 27th, when I don't remember going to an appointment, but on the 15th, when I stood at my door and walked through it into a hallway that was too long and came back out of it, changed in ways I can't quite articulate or quantify. The person who walked through that door and the person who came back are not the same, but they're close enough that no one's noticed the difference yet. Sometimes, late at night, I sit in my living room and I listen to the space beneath my apartment, that empty unit below, the one that shows no signs of habitation or life. I listen to the way the building settles and creaks, to the way pipes run through walls like veins, to the ordinary silence of a structure that is old and patient and full of histories that don't appear in any official record. And I wonder if the scraping sound will start again. I wonder if it will continue until I come back. I wonder what I agreed to do once I return, and whether I'll remember any of it, and whether the hand that writes it down will be mine, or something that simply knows how to use my handwriting as a language. I wonder if the notes will apologize for what comes next, or if the apologies were only for what came before, when I was still the kind of person who could refuse. The pen hasn't moved, neither has the paper. But when the light from my window shifts across the desktop at a certain angle, late in the evening, I can see something that wasn't there yesterday, faint indentations on the top sheet, as if something has been pressing down against it, leaving marks that only become visible when you know exactly where to look and have already accepted that you're not going to like what you find there. Tomorrow is January 16th. I've checked the date several times to make sure. And then I noticed something else. My calendar, hanging on the kitchen wall, is circled on a date 2 weeks away, marked with a small check that I do not remember making. Below it, in handwriting that might be mine and might not be, are 3 words: time to go back. I'm still deciding whether to erase it or leave it there to see what happens next. The pen on my desk is still waiting, and I suspect it has infinite patience. We all do, eventually. Story 4. The Victorian where every mirror shows a different season. The house smelled like old paper and something underneath it, something that had absorbed decades into its bones and couldn't quite exhale it all back out. I noticed this first thing when I unlocked the front door, before I even saw the mirrors. The real estate agent had called 3 times before I finally came to see it. My great-aunt Riley's place. I hadn't known Riley well. No one did, really. She'd lived alone here for 43 years, which the lawyer mentioned twice, as though the number itself explained something. The house had been waiting, empty for 6 months, for someone to claim it. I had a lease ending in the city, a job I could do remotely, and something loose in my chest that made inherited problems feel less abstract than my own. So I'd driven north on a gray Saturday, and the Victorian had announced itself through the trees like it had been expecting me. From the outside, it was exactly what a Victorian should be. 3 stories of dark wood and pale trim. A wraparound porch that sagged just enough to look lived in rather than derelict bay windows, with a kind of glass that made the world look older when you looked through it. The road curved away from the property on both sides, so the house sat alone without quite feeling abandoned. Trees pressed close, and the lawn had gone to wild grass. Someone, probably the lawyer's office, had mowed a path to the door and kept the foundation clear of obvious rot. Inside, the smell thickened. The foyer opened into a hallway that ran the spine of the house like a throat. Afternoon light came through a transom window above the front door, drawing a faint rectangle across the opposite wall. Everything was covered in the uniform gray of disuse, dust on the wainscoting, dust webbed across the chandelier, dust that had begun to settle into the architecture itself, becoming part of the wood and plaster rather than merely coating it. But the mirrors. There were mirrors everywhere, and none of them were dusty. I noticed this before I registered it consciously. My eyes kept catching on them, Above the hall table, reflecting the dead flowers in a vase I hadn't seen. On the parlor wall to my left, so large it dominated the entire side of the room. In the study across the hall, a smaller one with an ornate frame that looked like something from a jewelry box, scaled up beyond reason. Each one was pristine. Each one caught the light and threw it back at me, clear and steady. The mirrors, I said aloud. Testing the sound in a house that had absorbed so much silence, it seemed to absorb words too. I walked into the parlor first because that was where the largest mirror hung. It was the kind of mirror that stopped you. The frame was mahogany, carved with acanthus leaves and small, impossible flowers that someone had spent weeks creating. The glass was so clear it seemed to create depth rather than reflection, as though it wasn't showing you the room behind you, but instead showing you a window into a room that existed somewhere else entirely. I stepped in front of it. My reflection looked back, pale and road-tired, and behind me I could see the parlor as it actually was. High ceilings with water stains blooming like continents, wallpaper the color of old gold, furniture shapes under white sheets, and beyond that, the windows that looked out onto the overgrown yard and the trees beyond. Except I turned around to verify it. The parlor windows, which faced south toward the road, showed what I expected, the tangle of early spring, new green on the trees, grass not yet fully leafed, but beginning. The trees were still mostly bare, their branches traced in pale buds. The light had that clean quality of March, thin and precise. The mirror showed autumn. Amber leaves pressed against the glass, not reflected from behind me, but within the mirror's own vision, thick and golden, drifting past in the reflected wind. The trees in that mirror world were full and heavy with color. The grass was brown. Even the light was different, heavier, golden. The quality of September or October when the year has started its long descent. I kept looking at the window, then the mirror, then the window again. Spring, autumn, the house was quiet enough that I could hear myself breathing. I'm someone who noticed things. My therapist had called it hypervigilance once, and the word had stuck to me like a burr. In school, I was the person who could tell you the room was off by the angle of a lamp. At work, I was the one who found the error in other people's documents, the discrepancy that shouldn't have been visible but was once you looked. This made me useful and also somewhat lonely. People don't generally enjoy being around someone who notices that they've worn the same shirt twice in a week, or that they never quite reach your eyes when they smile. But this was different from noticing. This was something the house was showing me deliberately, I thought. Offering the autumn in the mirror was so vivid I could almost smell it, that specific decay of fall, the richness of things turning. I stood there long enough for a real leaf to drift past the actual window. It tumbled from somewhere above the porch, a delicate thing. Still mostly green. In the mirror, the avalanche of color continued. I finally moved away from the mirror. My reflection had been motionless the entire time, watching me with the same still attention I was giving it. The foyer opened into the kitchen, a long room with a black stove that looked original or close to it, and a table that had curved legs and reminded me of something from an old film. Windows here looked east, toward the side yard and the tangle of what had probably once been a garden. I found a faucet that worked, though the water ran brown at first, and I let it run until it cleared, not drinking but watching the stream like it was a message I needed to decode. None of this is unusual, I told myself. Old houses are full of mirrors. People collect them. They're practical. They're decorative. The seasons look different depending on the angle and the light. My eyes were tired from driving. The dust in the house was affecting my attention, making me see contrasts that weren't quite as pronounced as I thought. But my mind kept returning to that autumn in the glass, so specific and so wrong. I climbed the stairs to the second floor with my overnight bag, which contained exactly 2 days' worth of clothes and a book I hadn't opened. The stairs were narrow and steep, with a runner of carpet that released dust with each step, creating a small cloud that hung in the hallway light like a small gray presence. The second floor had 4 doors, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a storage room. I chose the front bedroom because it seemed to be the one Riley had used. The furniture was real furniture rather than sheet-covered mystery shapes, and the wardrobe against the far wall had her coat still hanging inside, a neat row of them in blacks and grays and a single navy blue. And across from the bed, on the wall opposite the windows, hung another mirror. This one was tall and narrow, the frame silver or something that had been silver once, now tarnished to the color of old pewter. It was the kind of mirror meant for full-length reflection, meant to show you your whole self before you stepped into the world. It was also immaculate. The bedroom windows showed the side of the property, the wild garden, the trees, and in the distance, the suggestion of neighboring properties. It was clearly spring in those windows. The light was the thin light of early season. A bird moved through the tangled branches outside. In the mirror's reflection of that same view, snow lay thick on the ground. Not falling there, but lying as though it had been there for weeks. That dirty white quality of late February or March snow that has experienced traffic and time. The trees in the mirror reflection were bare and icy, branches traced in white, and the sky was the particular gray of a cold season, heavy and low. I sat down on the bed, Riley's bed, I realized, and looked at the mirror for a long time. The snow didn't move. The spring continued in the actual window. A cloud moved across my face in the real light. In the mirror, the snow began to fall. Not like normal snow falling from sky to ground. This was different. It appeared in the air like it had always been there and was only now becoming visible, drifting sideways, accumulating in the branches, building slowly on what was already there. The bare trees became fuller with white. The sky deepened. I got up and went to the window. Spring, actual, measurable spring, visible through regular glass. I looked back at the mirror. Winter, accumulating, this is something Riley saw every day, I thought. She lived here. She woke up in this room and saw her reflection in a mirror that showed a different season than the one outside her actual window, every single day for 43 years. The thought wasn't comforting. I unpacked my bag slowly, putting clothes in the wardrobe beside Riley's dark coats, my 2 pairs of shoes on the floor beneath her orderly row of practical leather. The gesture felt like I was inserting myself into something that had already been decided, moving objects into spaces that had been empty and waiting for this specific displacement. The house settled around me. It was the sound of old wood adjusting to a new presence, or perhaps it was just the afternoon wind finding cracks in the Victorian's endless perimeter. Either way, it was a sound that insisted I was no longer alone in the house. I didn't look in the mirror again before I left the room. The study was on the ground floor, accessible through a side door from the foyer. It was smaller than the other rooms, lined with shelves that held books and the accumulated minor debris of someone's life. A glass paperweight of the kind that aged tourists buy, a few small sculptures, a dried plant in a pot, stacks of correspondence tied with string. The desk faced the window, and the window looked out on the porch and the road beyond. On the wall beside the desk hung a third mirror, this one quite small, round, with a simple brass frame. The kind of mirror you might have in an office to check if you had something in your teeth before a meeting. It showed summer. The window outside showed the edge of spring, trees coming into full leaf, the grass beginning its real green, the light having that tentative warmth of April. But in the mirror, it was high summer. Rain moved across the glass in thick sheets, the kind of heavy rain that comes in late July or August that feels almost tropical. The trees were impossibly full and dark. The grass was deep and saturated green. The light was golden even through the rain, the quality of long days and hours that stretch until late evening. And in that summer, in that rain, there were figures. I leaned closer. In the actual window, the road was empty. The yard was empty. The trees held only the beginning of their own presence, small birds moving through branches that were mostly still bare. In the mirror, there were people. I couldn't see them clearly, they were diffuse, as though I was seeing them underwater or through a thickness of old glass. But they were there. Shapes moving through the rain, through the saturated summer, blurred but distinct enough to know that they existed. I counted 3, then 4, then lost count. They weren't doing anything in particular. They were simply present, moving with purpose through the summer that bloomed in the brass-framed glass, their forms like fish in an aquarium of rain and heat. No, I said aloud, and the word seemed too loud, too present in the study's careful silence. I stopped looking at the mirror. I spent the rest of that day moving through the house in a way that was efficient and careful and practiced at avoiding certain angles. I made tea in the kitchen, found the circuit breaker and restored electricity to the necessary rooms, discovered that the previous owner, the estate, really had set up a bed in Riley's room with fresh sheets, which meant someone had expected me to come and sleep here. The lawyer had said the house was mine, that all I needed to do was sign some papers and the place was transferred. And I had signed them in a small office with beige walls, not really absorbing what I was inheriting beyond the concept of inheritance itself. Now, I understood that what I had inherited was not empty. The house was full of something. Not a presence in the traditional sense, not a ghost, not anything that rose up and demanded attention. Instead, it was full of the way things can be full. The way a room is full when you're expecting someone, the way a silence is full of the things people aren't saying. The mirrors were full of something the house wanted to show me. As evening approached, I built a fire in the parlor's fireplace. Riley had left several stacks of firewood on the porch, covered and preserved, and watched the flames until they absorbed all the particular attention I had. The fire showed me only itself, the orange and blue and white of burning wood, the simple physics of heat and light and consumption. This was comforting in its clarity. But I could feel the mirrors around me even without looking at them, their surfaces patient and still, like animals waiting. Behind me, the autumn continued. Upstairs, the snow accumulated. In the study, the rain fell through an eternal summer. And in the foyer, where I'd seen a small mirror on the hall table, one I hadn't looked at carefully yet, something else was reflecting, something seasonal or something other. I went to bed early, leaving most of the lights on throughout the house. The yellow glow felt less like comfort and more like a prayer offered to a house that didn't believe in comfort. I lay in Riley's bed, under the weight of her quilts, and listened to the Victorian breathe around me, its boards settling, its pipes learning my presence. The mirror on the wall opposite the bed showed winter through its darkness, snow accumulating in black and white and gray. I watched it from the corner of my eye, not quite looking but seeing, and noticed that the snow was falling faster now, filling the empty branches, building drifts in the reflected yard. It was falling harder than it had been that afternoon. It was falling toward me, or toward something past the glass that I couldn't name. I closed my eyes and willed myself toward sleep, but sleep was far away, and the house was warm around me, holding me in the way old houses hold people, not gently, but completely, and with the certainty of something that had been waiting a long time for someone to notice. Hashtag the Victorian, where every mirror shows a different season. Part 2, I woke to the sound of water running. Not the sound of rain. I knew rain by then, had grown accustomed to its particular voice against the Victorian slate roof and its copper gutters. This was different. This was the sound of a tap turned on, deliberate and human, the kind of sound that belongs to intention rather than weather. I lay still in Riley's bed, the quilts heavy across my chest, and listened. The water ran for perhaps 30 seconds. Then it stopped. There was a pause, the kind of pause that contained something like decision, and then it ran again. Same duration, same deliberate certainty. I got up without turning on the bedside lamp. The house showed me its own darkness, the kind that isn't quite black but isn't quite gray either. I moved into the hallway, my hand trailing along the wall, feeling the paper beneath my fingers. The water sound was coming from the bathroom at the end of the corridor. I could see its door from where I stood, closed and unremarkable, the way doors are when nothing unusual is happening behind them. I opened it slowly. The bathroom was empty and dry. The sink taps were off, both of them twisted firmly closed. The pipes beneath the sink showed no sign of recent disturbance. Even the mirror above the sink, when I risked looking into it, reflected only the bathroom as it actually was. White subway tiles, a small window with its shade drawn, a bar of soap on the edge of the tub. I waited in the bathroom for several minutes, listening. The pipes were silent. The house held its breath. When I finally went back to bed, I lay awake for hours, watching the mirror opposite Riley's bed. The snow in its reflection continued to fall, building steadily in that other season, that reflected yard that the house seemed determined to show me. The next morning was ordinary in a way that made the previous night feel negotiable, something that might not have happened at all. Sunlight came through the east-facing windows with the kind of clarity that daylight always carries. It seemed to erase doubt the way light erases shadows. I made coffee in the kitchen and watched the real autumn beyond the windows, yellow leaves catching wind, the grass beginning to thin toward winter, everything moving toward dormancy at its proper pace. But when I poured my coffee, I noticed something on the counter. A small pool of water, barely noticeable, just beside where the coffee maker sat. I hadn't left it there. I was certain of this, but certainty feels fragile in an old house, the way it always does. As though the house reserves the right to redefine what you remember. I cleaned it up with a cloth and told myself that something had condensed. Water does that. Pipes sweat. Nothing in the Victorian was working quite as it should. Riley had warned me of this, had left me with contact numbers for the plumber and the electrician, had suggested that I might need to use either or both before my stay ended. The day proceeded without incident. I found myself avoiding the mirrors. It wasn't conscious at first. I would turn a corner and then realize I'd automatically angled my body so that I wasn't facing the glass. Or I'd brush my teeth without quite meeting my own eyes in the bathroom mirror. But by afternoon, I was aware of it. I was avoiding them deliberately. This awareness troubled me more than the mirrors themselves. That evening, I decided to explore the library. Riley had mentioned it in passing, 3rd floor, at the end of the eastern corridor, full of her family's books from generations back. She'd said this casually, the way you mention something that doesn't matter. But libraries and old houses are the repositories of atmosphere, and I found myself drawn there as daylight began its retreat. The stairs to the 3rd floor were narrower than those below, steeper in a way that suggested age and the compromises of construction. The hallway at the top was dimmer, lit only by what remained of the afternoon through the small windows that punctuated its length. These windows showed the October landscape, the real one, trees losing their leaves, the light turning amber and brief. The library door was heavy oak, its handle worn smooth by use. Inside, the air tasted different. Older, the books rose from floor to ceiling on 3 walls, their spines creating a texture of color and typography that made the space feel inhabited, as though all the accumulated knowledge and narrative they contained might somehow be conscious of my intrusion. I moved along the shelves without purpose, reading titles. There were novels from the early 20th century, philosophy texts, gardening books with their illustrations faded toward sepia, journals in uniform dark leather, volumes on natural history with hand-colored plates of birds and insects, the kind of collection that suggested 3 or 4 generations of reading, of accumulation, of a family's conversation with ideas across decades. And then I found the mirrors. There were 2 of them, small, decorative, hung above a reading table that faced out toward the windows. I hadn't expected to find mirrors in a library. Mirrors seem wrong in spaces devoted to books, as though they interrupt the concentrated inward focus that reading requires. But there they were, positioned so that anyone sitting at the table would see themselves reflected in one or both of them, as though the library's designer had wanted readers to be aware of their own presence even as they disappeared into narrative. I didn't look directly into them. Instead, I moved to the reading table itself, to the chair there, and sat facing the windows. Behind me, in the mirrors, the library reflected. When I shifted my eyes just enough to see their surfaces peripherally, I could see the spines of books, the reading lamp, my own shape in the chair. And something else, a room that wasn't the library. It was difficult to make out without turning around, without committing to a full look. But in the mirror's frame, beyond the furniture and the familiar periphery of the library I was actually sitting in, There seemed to be something else. A room with different proportions, different light. It might have been a trick of the angled glass, the way mirrors refract and distort images at their edges. It might have been nothing. But it didn't look like nothing. I turned around in the chair to look directly. Both mirrors showed only the library, books and shadows and the reading lamp, my own face in the glass marked by exhaustion and something else I couldn't name. Nothing else. Nothing wrong. I sat there for perhaps 20 minutes, waiting to see if the other room would return. It didn't. Eventually, I left the library and went downstairs, my footsteps loud on the narrow staircase, deliberately loud, the way you make noise in a house to remind yourself that you're still alive in it. The water ran again that night. This time it was running from the kitchen tap when I came downstairs for a glass of water around 2 in the morning. I'd been awake already. The house had made sleep difficult, the way some houses do, as though they're not quite compatible with the physiology of rest. I was coming down the main staircase when I heard it, coming from the kitchen beyond the dining room. The sound was clear and insistent, the tap fully open, water splashing into the sink with enough force to echo through the house's lower floors. I moved toward it without hesitation. This time I needed to see. This time it would still be running, and I would understand. The kitchen lights came on when I flipped the switch, the one beside the threshold, the one that illuminated the room in a way that made hiding impossible. The tap was off. Both taps were off. The sink was dry. The only evidence of water was the wetness on my feet where I'd stood in it before the lights came on, and the smell in the air, sharp and mineral, the smell of pipes giving up what they contain. I stood in the kitchen and waited for my heart to return to something like a normal pace. The next day I called Riley. She answered after the second ring. Her voice bright with the kind of cheerfulness that people use when they're doing something else, when they're partially distracted. I could hear movement behind her, the muffled sound of a television or radio. "How's the house?" she asked. "Any problems?" I'd prepared for this. I'd decided what I would ask. "The pipes," I said. "They seem to be making noise at night, running sounds. Is that normal?" There was a pause, a real pause, not the kind caused by a bad connection, but the kind that belongs to actual thought. "The plumbing in that house has always been weird," Riley said finally. "My parents had a plumber out there at least twice a year toward the end. He said the pipes were old, like Victorian old, some of them never updated. He always said they had this thing where they'd sort of cycle, like the water would run through them at night sometimes even if nobody was using it. He was never quite sure why. Something about the old systems. But he said it wasn't dangerous." "Okay," I said. "And the mirrors?" Another pause, longer this time. "The mirrors? There are a lot of them. In every room. Is there something specific about them?" I could hear her thinking on the other end of the line. Or not thinking. It felt more like deciding what to say. "The house just has a lot of old mirrors," she said, and her voice had lost some of its brightness. "My family collected them. Is something wrong with them?" "No," I said quickly. "Just wondered. Old houses often have specific reasons for their layouts." "Yes," Riley said, and it seemed like she was relieved by this explanation. "Old houses have their reasons." We talked for a few more minutes about nothing. Logistics for my extended stay, the weather, whether I needed anything from town. When I hung up, I felt no more settled than I had before the call. If anything, Riley's hesitation regarding the mirrors had crystallized something in me. She knew something about them, something she hadn't wanted to say. That night I forced myself to look into the mirrors. Not in passing, not peripherally, but directly, face on, meeting my own eyes the way you do when you're trying to see if you recognize yourself. I did this systematically, going through the house with purpose. The mirror in the foyer showed a foyer, this one, the real one, but with a subtle shift in light, a dimming that suggested either early morning or late evening, a time I wasn't currently in. The mirror in the parlor reflected the parlor with the fireplace unlit, ash thick in the grate, as though no fire had been built there in weeks or months. The mirror in the dining room showed the dining room, but the table was set, dishes and glasses and silverware arranged as though for dinner, as though someone had planned a meal that hadn't happened yet, or had happened very long ago. I stood in front of that one for a long time, watching the reflected table's formal emptiness. The mirrors upstairs showed their seasons with greater clarity now. The hallway mirror showed spring, or a version of it, the light pale and new, the windows showing pale new growth. The mirror in the master bedroom where I was sleeping showed winter at night, the snow falling heavily, the reflected yard buried under drifts that didn't match the real October outside the actual windows, and the small mirror in the hallway bathroom, the one I'd avoided for 2 days, showed a room that wasn't quite the bathroom. It was close enough that it might have been the bathroom in different proportions, or in different light, or in a different era of the house's existence. But the details were wrong. The fixtures weren't where they should be. The window faced a different direction. And there was something else in the reflection, a shadow of a shape that I couldn't quite resolve, something that might have been a person, or might have simply been the way the light fell. I looked away from that one first. The events began to accumulate with a rhythm that felt almost intentional. The water would run at different times, sometimes in the kitchen, sometimes in the upstairs bathroom, once in the laundry room in the basement, a place I hadn't ventured into yet and found I was reluctant to approach. The mirrors began to show more detailed versions of their alternate seasons. The spring mirror now displayed flowers in the reflected yard, roses and peonies and things I couldn't identify, blooming in profusion in a garden that didn't exist in the real October world outside. The summer mirror in the study began to show rain not just falling, but pooling in the reflected yard, water standing in what looked like deliberate patterns, geometric and intentional. And in each room where I looked, each mirror I allowed myself to study, the reflected spaces began to look less like the rooms I was actually in and more like the rooms as they had been, or as they wanted to be, or as some previous version of the house remembered them. I stopped eating much. Food felt less real than the mirrors, less significant. I spent my time wandering the house's corridors, watching the light change through its windows, attending to the small inconsistencies that were beginning to pile up like snow in the winter mirror's reflected yard. There were footsteps in the hallway at night that couldn't be my own because I was already lying in bed, awake and listening. There were voices, not words, never words, but the cadence of voices, the rise and fall of conversation in empty rooms. There was once the sound of someone playing a piano, though the house contained no piano, and the music was tinny and distant, the way music sounds when it's being played somewhere else, beyond a wall or across time. I found myself checking the mirrors more frequently, the way you might check on something you're worried about. They'd become less strange and more familiar, the way deeply strange things do when you're exposed to them long enough. The seasons in the glass no longer startled me. Instead, I found myself looking for changes in them, small shifts in the reflected landscape, the way a person might watch a photograph to see if it's growing older. This was when I realized that the mirrors weren't showing me the house as it had been. They were showing me the house as it was becoming. The winter mirror's snow was drifting higher against the reflected house, baring the windows, filling the yard until the landscape looked like a place where nothing lived. The autumn mirror, one I hadn't noticed before, in a side hallway on the second floor was showing trees so bare and skeletal that they seemed not just dead but wrong, as though the reflection was showing me a version of fall that had gone too far, that had crossed some threshold into something that wasn't meant to be seasonal anymore. The spring mirror's flowers were blooming with an intensity that seemed painful, crowding the reflected space, growing across the walls and the windows, slowly obscuring the house itself. And the summer mirror in the study began, on the fourth night after I first looked at it directly, to show rain that was falling in ways rain shouldn't fall. It was falling sideways. It was falling upward. It was falling in patterns that suggested direction and intention, as though someone in the reflected yard was gathering it, controlling it, using it for a purpose I couldn't name. I stood in the study doorway and watched this, my hands gripping the frame. And I understood with a clarity that felt almost like waking that the house was preparing something. The mirrors weren't showing me other seasons. They were showing me the house learning to exist in all of them at once. Every version of itself it had ever been, every moment of weather and time and human occupation that had occurred within its walls, pressing against the present, demanding to be acknowledged. And the water running through the pipes at night, I understood this now too. The house was drinking. It was drinking the time it had absorbed, the years and decades and small eternities of human presence that had accumulated within its plaster and wood and glass. It was taking what had been poured into it, the fear, the comfort, the ordinary Tuesday mornings and the grief-soaked nights, the parties and the quiet evenings, and the way people had moved through its rooms with the assumption that they would always come back. And it was cycling it through its ancient pipes, preparing to show it to me in every surface that could reflect, every mirror, every polished wood, every window that looked the wrong direction. It was learning what it had always contained. And I was still here, in the rooms where this was happening, watching it occur in increments too small to quite believe, until suddenly you look up and realize that the impossible has already begun, and you have no idea when it will end, or what the house will expect from you when it does. The mirrors changed faster after that. What had taken nights now happened across hours. I stopped going to work on a Thursday. I called in sick, and then I didn't call back. There seemed no point in leaving the house, and when I tried to drive away on Friday morning, I made it exactly 4 blocks before I felt the pull, not physical, but undeniable, and I turned around. The house was waiting. It had always been waiting. By Saturday, the reflections weren't confined to seasons anymore. I discovered this in the dining room, where the chandelier cast its light across the mahogany table and created a dozen small mirrors in the crystal pendants. Each one showed something different, and none of them showed the dining room. One showed a hallway I didn't recognize, wallpapered in a pattern that had gone out of fashion in 1987, with a child's drawing taped to the wall, just a stick figure in red crayon. Nothing disturbing in itself, but the fact of it existing in a mirror, the fact that it belonged to a moment this house had already lived through and was now forcing me to witness, made my throat close. Another showed a bedroom with a bed stripped to its mattress, and someone, I couldn't see who, packing clothes into a suitcase with movements that suggested finality. Another showed a kitchen at midnight, lit only by the open refrigerator and a figure standing before it, eating standing up, alone, the way people do when they're trying not to think about something. I left the dining room and went to the parlor. The mirrors there, the antique standing glass in the corner, the ornate wall piece above the mantel, had begun to show multiple times layered over each other. The spring one still showed flowers, but now they were growing through people's hands, through their hair. Figures moved in these reflections like people half remembered, their faces turned away or obscured, and I realized these weren't other seasons. These were other inhabitants. The house was showing me its ghosts, not in the sense of spirits or presences, but in the sense of people, all the people who had lived here, who had moved through these rooms, whose footsteps had worn paths in the wood, whose small decisions had imprinted themselves on the architecture like fossils. The house was remembering them out loud. I should have left. Every instruction about haunted houses, every instinct about impossible situations told me to pack a bag and abandon the property. But I couldn't seem to make my body obey that logic. When I tried to gather my things on Sunday morning, my hands moved sluggishly, as though I was moving through water. The desire to leave was there, clear and rational, but it couldn't quite translate into action. It was like trying to move against an enormous weight that had no shape but all the substance in the world. Instead, I found myself walking deeper into the house. The water pipes had stopped running at night. The silence was worse. It meant the house had finished drinking. It meant it was sated, or ready, or whatever state comes after consumption. The corridors were cooler now, and when I walked through them I could feel something like a tension following my movement, the way you feel watched even in an empty room. I went to the attic on Sunday afternoon because I hadn't been there yet, and I realized with a dull, objective kind of horror that I was no longer in control of where my body took me. The attic door was at the end of the third-floor hallway, behind a panel of wood that I'd walked past dozens of times without truly seeing. When I opened it, the smell came out first, dust and time and something else, something like the smell of old paper that's absorbed decades of moisture. The stirs were wooden, and they didn't creak. Everything in this house moved silently, I'd noticed. Nothing announced itself. There were no warnings. The attic ran the entire length of the house, and it was filled with the things that people leave behind when they're trying to leave their lives behind. Boxes of photographs, their corners softened by humidity. Furniture covered in white sheets that made shapes like sleeping giants. A dress form wearing a wedding gown from a fashion I didn't recognize. The fabric gray with dust. The lace at the throat still somehow elegant despite the years. A child's rocking horse. A stack of letters bundled with string that had gone soft. And mirrors. There were so many mirrors in the attic that I stopped counting. Every wall held at least one, some leaning against the wooden beams, some hanging from wire, some still in frames of mahogany and oak, and something that might have been rosewood. Some were cracked. Some showed nothing but their own reflections. But some showed the attic in different states of fullness. One mirror showed the attic nearly empty, with just a single piece of furniture, a vanity table, the kind with multiple mirror panels and a cushioned stool. A woman sat before it, her face turned away, and she was brushing her hair with long, even strokes. Another mirror showed the attic completely full, boxes stacked from floor to nearly the ceiling, a three-dimensional maze of accumulated time and objects, and someone moving through it. I could see their hand reaching out to touch a box, pulling it, as though looking for something specific. Another mirror showed the attic as it was now, except every mirror in it showed a different reflection, which meant they were showing reflections, reflecting reflections, infinite recursions of the same space, the same moment, repeated and repeated until it became something that hurt to look at. I backed toward the attic stairs, and that's when I heard the water in the pipes again. It wasn't running through the walls this time. It was running in the mirrors. I could see it moving behind the glass like liquid mercury, flowing upward in some reflections and downward in others, collecting in the corners of the frames, pooling in the warped and uneven surfaces until the mirrors looked like they were breathing. My hand touched the wooden frame of the nearest mirror, the one showing the vanity table, and the glass was warm. Warm, which meant live, which meant I pulled my hand back and something happened then. Something I can't quite articulate because there was no sound and no movement, but the sensation was unmistakable. The house noticed me. Not in the abstract way it had been noticing me all along. Directly, immediately, like turning around to find someone standing closer than they should be. Their presence suddenly impossible to ignore. The water in the mirrors moved faster. The reflections in the mirrors all turned toward me at once. The woman with the hairbrush, the figure searching through boxes, the countless recursive versions of this attic layered in glass and old paint, and the accumulated sediment of decades. They all turned, in unison, in a way that had nothing to do with physics or reflection or the laws of how light should behave. They turned toward me, and I understood that they had been waiting. I went downstairs and I haven't gone back up. It's Monday morning now, or maybe Tuesday. I've lost count of the days. I can see the mirrors from the windows when the light hits them right. And they're showing new seasons again, or maybe the same seasons but more aggressively. The snow in the winter mirror has drifted so high that the house beneath it is almost invisible. The spring flowers have begun to crack the reflected windows. The summer rain is falling in shapes that almost look intentional, patterns like words written in water that I almost understand. I moved my things to the basement 2 days ago. The basement doesn't have windows, and it has very few mirrors. Alm on the second floor still contains 3 boxes of photographs. I haven't opened them. The attic, I go up sometimes, but briefly, and never when the light is low. The mirrors are just mirrors now, glass and wood and old reflections. But I've learned not to touch them. What remains, what hasn't faded back into the ordinary, is the sound of water in the pipes. It's different now. Not rushing, not reversed, not breathing. It's a steady drip, precise as a metronome, coming from somewhere I can't locate. I've checked every pipe, every joint, every connection where water might escape. I've looked in the walls and under the floors and behind the baseboards, following the sound until it seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. A sound so constant it eventually becomes indistinguishable from silence. The plumber I called, a man named Marcus who came on a Tuesday and spent 4 hours checking everything twice, found nothing. No leak, no broken pipe, no source. He said the house was sealed tight, that he couldn't find a drop of water going anywhere it shouldn't. He asked if I was sure I was hearing it. I said I was sure. He left looking concerned. I still hear it. Every night, around 3 a.m, when the house is most itself, and the distinction between its life and mine becomes unclear. A drip that isn't from anything, coming from nowhere. Settling into the architecture the way water settles into stone. A reminder, I think, or a rhythm, or simply the sound of the house breathing in reverse again, slowly, patiently, learning to exist alongside whatever inhabits it now. I haven't tried to leave. There's been no effort to force me out, no escalation, no moments of dramatic transformation. The house simply keeps me through the weight of its own presence, through the accumulated memory in its walls, through the mirrors that no longer turn but that I still cannot quite bring myself to look directly into when the light hits them at certain angles. Sometimes I see a car drive past on the street outside, and the people inside look so small, so unburdened. And I remember what it felt like to imagine I could be in a place without that place being in me, to believe that a house was something separate, something you inhabited rather than something that inhabited you in return. The water drips on. Every night, every morning. A metronome counting time in a language I'm beginning, very slowly, to understand. Not the meaning of the words, but their grammar, their syntax. The rules by which the house speaks to itself, to its walls, to the mirrors that hold all its seasons in their glass, waiting patiently for someone to remember how to see them. I'm still here. The house is still learning how to have me. And in the dark hours before dawn, when the only sound in the world is a drip I cannot find, I lie awake and listen to the house breathe, and I wonder which of us is the ghost and which of us is real, and whether that distinction has ever mattered at all. Story 5. I've been following the same footsteps through my house for weeks. The hardwood in the kitchen had a particular smell, not unpleasant but distinct, like old honey mixed with something mineral, the way the wood oils had settled into the grain over more than a century. I'd learned to recognize it by leaning down close, my knees cracking in ways that made me feel older than 32. The house was built in 1887. I knew this not because I'd researched it, but because a small brass plate near the front door had worn the information down to a whisper. 3 stories, a widow's walk I hadn't yet had the courage to climb to, and windows that rattled in their frames whenever the wind came from the north. I'd inherited it 6 months ago from an aunt I'd met exactly twice at family gatherings, both times at the edges of crowded rooms where we nodded at each other across the distance of people and years. She'd left it to me with a will that was perfectly straightforward and utterly lacking in explanation. No letter, no note. Just the deed and a stack of keys that varied in shade from silver to almost black with age. I'd driven upstate on a Thursday in August, sweating through my shirt by the time I unlocked the front door for the first time. The air inside had been thick and still. Now, It was February, and I was still learning the house's geography. Not the layout, that much I'd mapped quickly enough. The way you do when you're moving through a space you might actually stay in. But the character of each room. The particular loneliness of the back parlor where the afternoon light turned everything the color of old photographs. The way the stairs groaned differently depending on which ones you stepped on. As though the wood was having a conversation with itself about your weight and your purpose. The kitchen, which was my favorite, or at least the room where I spent most of my time awake. I'd done what I could with it without hiring anyone. New paint, a pale cream that had taken 3 coats to cover the water stains. I'd replaced the cabinet hardware, not because the old brass knobs were broken, but because they felt like they belonged to someone else's life. The sink was original cast iron, and I'd been gentle with it, cleaning away rust with vinegar and salt until the surface turned smooth again, nearly black in certain light. It was there, at the sink, that I first noticed the pattern in the dust. Not actual dust, or not the kind that accumulated normally. The house was old, yes, and I was only one person doing the cleaning, but I was reasonably tidy. I'd developed routines, the kind that single people living alone tend to develop. Sweeping on Sundays, wiping down surfaces every evening, keeping the floors clear enough that you wouldn't stub your toe in the dark. But there was a path. I noticed it on a Tuesday afternoon, late enough that the winter light was starting to flatten everything into shades of gray. I'd been standing in the kitchen doorway, looking back through the interior, the way the space receded into the hallway, the suggestion of the study beyond, when I caught it. A line, not quite dirt, but a subtle difference in the texture of the hardwood, like something had been brushed against the floor repeatedly, worn through whatever microscopic layer of dust and oils and time accumulated even in a house that was being lived in and tended to. The line was narrow, just about the width of a single foot, and it traced a specific path, from the kitchen counter, down the center of the floor, through the doorway, into the hallway, then toward the study. I remember standing very still when I first saw it. Not frightened, not yet. Just aware, the kind of awareness you have when you notice something in your peripheral vision and it takes your brain a moment to understand what it's seeing. An inconsistency, a thing that should not be organized that way. I followed it. Starting at the kitchen counter, I walked the line, my eyes down. It was unmistakable once I'd seen it, a path worn into the wood by repeated passage. The boards were slightly darker, worn smooth in a way that suggested years of footsteps, not months, not weeks. The kind of wearing that happens when someone walks the same route obsessively, the same steps, the same pressure, the same intention, day after day after day. It led through the kitchen, through the doorway, and into the hallway, which was narrow and lined with old wainscoting that had been painted a dark burgundy at some point. I followed it there, and it continued, unmistakably, unmissably now, straight toward the study. The study was a small room off the hallway positioned at the front of the house, with 2 windows that faced the street and one tall bookshelf that had been empty when I arrived. I'd started feeling it haphazardly, novels I'd reread, a few books about the architecture of old houses, my own collection of journals and notebooks stacked like evidence of a life lived in observation. The path led to the center of that room and seemed to end there, or, at least, I lost sight of it as the light changed and I stood still, looking at nothing in particular. I told myself it was something simple, something explicable. Perhaps the previous owners had worn a path, and I was only now noticing it because of the angle of the light. Or perhaps I had worn it myself. I did walk through that part of the house frequently, moving from the kitchen to the study where I worked, where my laptop sat on a small side table, where I attempted to maintain some semblance of professional life in a house that seemed determined to pull my attention away from anything productive. But I knew I hadn't. I walked many routes through the house. I went from the kitchen to my bedroom on the second floor. I went from the study to the back parlor. I went upstairs and down. The pattern of my own footsteps would have been scattered, random, the kind of wear that accumulates slowly across many paths. This was a single path, one specific route. Traveled obsessively. I cleaned it that evening. It felt important to clean it, though I couldn't articulate why. I swept the hallway and the kitchen and the study, and I used one of the soft cloths I kept for the furniture to wipe down the floors, buffing the wood until it returned to the uniform shine I'd worked to establish over the past several months. By the time I finished, it was dark, and the house had settled into its evening state, that particular quality of silence that old houses achieve, where the silence itself seems to have weight and texture. I made tea in the kitchen. I sat in the study with my laptop open, though I didn't work. I looked at emails I didn't answer. I scrolled through things I'd forgotten I was interested in. And I didn't think about the path. Or I thought about it only peripherally. The way you think about something you've decided isn't important. When I went to bed carefully, taking the long route through the back of the house, the way that wound through the parlor and up the smaller staircase, avoiding the hallway entirely. It reappeared 3 days later. I found it the next morning, not because I was looking for it, but because I went to the kitchen to make coffee and I happened to see it again. That subtle difference in the wood, the path, exactly as it had been before, from the counter to the hallway to the study. Identical, unmistakable. I stood in the doorway of the kitchen for a long time. The logical explanation was that I had worn it myself, that the action of cleaning it had simply reset my awareness, and that I was now noticing a pattern that had always been there, or that dust had accumulated again in the same path simply because of air currents, the way dust does, following invisible routes, settling in the places where the air moves, the way it had before. These explanations seemed fine in the daylight, but I cleaned it again that afternoon, more carefully this time, moving the small rug from the hallway so I could reach the floor beneath, using a damp cloth to wipe away whatever was causing the discoloration. The wood underneath was the same as the rest of the floor, unmarred. And I felt a small sense of relief when I replaced the rug and stepped back to see the hallway restored to uniformity. And yet, I was watching for it now. That night, I noticed I'd arranged my movements differently. I wasn't avoiding the path on purpose, not consciously, but I found myself moving through the kitchen in ways that skirted its edges, my footsteps falling to the left or right of where it had been, as though the knowledge of it had made it dangerous somehow, as though stepping exactly where it had been marked would constitute a kind of trespass. It returned again in 3 days. The third time I saw it, I didn't clean it immediately. Instead, I stood at the kitchen counter and looked at it for a long time, trying to understand what I was seeing. The path was clearer this time, not darker, but more distinct, as though it had been worn deeper in the wood or become more visible due to the angle of the afternoon light. It was still only the width of a single foot. It still traced the same exact route, still began at nearly the same spot on the kitchen counter, still ended in the study. I went to the study and looked around the room as though the answer might be written on the walls, or embedded in the furniture, or hidden in the dust that had settled on the bookshelf despite my efforts to maintain the house. There was nothing. Just the room as I'd arranged it, sparse, functional, mine. But the path felt like it belonged to someone else. That was the thought that stuck with me, that wouldn't release me even when I tried to think about other things. The path felt personal, intimate in a way that paths usually aren't. It felt like the physical evidence of a compulsion, the marking of obsession worn into the grain of the wood itself. Someone, or something, had walked this route repeatedly enough to change the wood. Repeatedly enough that even after I cleaned it away, it returned. The question I didn't want to ask was, repeatedly enough over what period of time? I cleaned it a third time that evening, and this time I did something else. I placed objects in the way of the path. A small stack of books just inside the kitchen doorway. A chair dragged across the hallway. I set them carefully, deliberately, like I was creating barriers. And then I waited to see if they would be disturbed. They weren't. The next morning, the books were exactly where I'd placed them. The chair was exactly where I'd left it. And the path was still there, worn into the wood, as though the obstacles in its way were irrelevant, as though whatever was creating the path had simply stopped for now, waiting, or ceased entirely. I spent the morning removing the objects, returning the chair to where it belonged. And I made a decision, not consciously, not in any deliberate way, but the kind of decision that your body makes on its own. I would not clean the path again. I would let it remain. I would stop pretending it didn't exist and instead allow myself to see it clearly, to understand it, if understanding was possible. The path continued to reappear. Over the next week, I noticed it became almost habitual, the way my eyes would find it the moment I entered the kitchen, the moment I would see it and understand that whatever had made it was still at work, still active, still engaged in its route through the house. The wood would take on that particular quality, that settle wearing, and I would stand and look at it, and I would feel something in my chest that I couldn't quite name. Not fear, not yet, but a kind of deep, bone-level recognition that something in the house was not as it should be. And more than that, the growing certainty that whatever walked that path had walked it many times before I arrived, that the house was remembering something, or that something in the house was continuing to remember, continuing to move through the same motions, continuing to mark the wood with the pressure of its repeated steps, that I was simply the most recent witness. The path became a kind of companion, though I hated that word for it even as I thought it. There was something almost companionable about its consistency, about the way I could predict where I would find it. Morning light catching the faint depression in the wood, the soft sheen of it, like something had been worn smooth by the passage of countless small pressures, countless deliberate steps. I began to keep a small notebook, not out of any sense of scientific rigor. I wasn't documenting evidence for anyone but myself, but because tracking it felt like a way of holding on to reason, of proving that the path was a thing that could be observed, measured, understood in the way that things are usually understood. The first week, the path appeared 17 times. I marked each appearance with a small dot on a calendar I'd pinned above the kitchen counter. Some days it was there every few hours. Other days, nothing. A full stretch of unmarked wood, as though whatever was moving through the house had simply gone still. It was during the second week that I noticed something else. The path never deviated, never curved or twisted. From the doorway of the kitchen to the basement stairs, it was perfectly straight, as though whatever moved along it was incapable of varying its route by even a few inches. And when I measured it, standing in the doorway with a measuring tape, feeling absurd but unable to stop myself, it was always the same width. Never wider, never narrower, always exactly the same. That should have been normal. That should have been explainable. The wear pattern simply following the natural route from one point to another. Gravity and physics creating consistent paths the way they do in any old house. Any place where someone has walked the same way 1,000 times. But there was something else that made my hands go cold when I noticed it. The path did not match the way I walked. I tested this deliberately one morning, placing my feet carefully in the center of the worn line and moving from the kitchen door to the basement stairs. My footsteps were slightly too wide. The angle of my stride didn't quite align with the wear pattern. I tried walking differently, shortening my steps, adjusting my gait, but nothing quite matched. The path was narrower than my natural stride. The marks on the wood suggested something smaller than I was, or something that moved differently than I did. I didn't clean the kitchen for 3 days after that. The path became fainter without my daily sweeping, dust settling on the worn wood like a kind of forgetting. I found myself standing at the doorway for longer periods, staring at it, trying to understand what I was looking at, trying to convince myself that there was a rational explanation for the fact that the wear pattern on my own floor didn't match the way that I moved through my own house. On the 4th day, the path returned. The dust that had settled was gone, and the wood beneath was worn smooth again, as though time had been condensed, as though weeks of repeated contact had happened in a single night. That's when I noticed that it had changed. It was subtle. If I hadn't been staring at that floorboard for so long, measuring it, committing its exact appearance to memory, I might not have seen it. But the path was longer now. It no longer ended at the basement stairs. It continued past them. I stood frozen in the doorway, one hand gripping the frame, and traced it with my eyes. It went past the stairs and toward the back wall of the house, toward the old storage room that I hadn't opened since I'd moved in. The path led directly to its door, as though whatever was walking had a specific destination in mind. The door was locked. It had been locked, I assumed, by the previous owners. I'd never asked about it. Never felt a particular need to explore every corner of a house I was still getting to know. But now, standing in the kitchen with the afternoon light streaming across the worn wood, the locked door seemed like something I should have examined much earlier. I tried the handle anyway. It didn't budge. That evening, I called Riley, who had helped me move into the house, and who, in theory, knew more about the property than I did. I tried to make it sound casual, like a minor curiosity rather than a growing obsession. That back room? Yeah, I don't know anything about that, Riley said over the phone, and I could hear the sound of traffic in the background, the assumption in their voice that I had asked about something inconsequential. Locked when we looked at the place. The realtor said it was just old storage. Might have keys somewhere in the house. Might not. Right, I said. Probably nothing. But after I hung up, I searched for keys in a way that felt almost ritualistic. I looked in the junk drawer in the kitchen. I checked the small wooden box on the shelf in the bedroom where previous owners sometimes left things. I found old keys, tarnished silver, and corroded brass, but none of them fit the storage room lock. After an hour of this, my hands trembling slightly, though I couldn't have told anyone why, I stopped looking. That night I didn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the path, about the fact that whatever was creating it had a direction, a purpose, a destination. It wasn't random movement. It wasn't the kind of settling or shifting that old houses do. It was intentional. The path led somewhere. It led to that locked room. I must have drifted off sometime before dawn, because I woke suddenly, heart racing, with the distinct impression that something had moved past me in the darkness. Not loudly, not violently. Just a sense of displacement in the air, as though something had passed close enough to change the pressure of the room around me. When I came downstairs the next morning, the path was there again. But something was different in a way that took me a moment to register. The dust on the floorboards was disturbed. Not the dust on the path itself, that was pristine, unmarked by my own movement, but the dust on either side of it. Small disturbances, as though something had walked past and caused the air around it to move, creating gentle eddies and swirls in the settled particles, as though the thing that made the path had been walking while I was upstairs, while I was in the dark, while I was, for all intents and purposes, asleep. I felt something shift in my chest then, something that was more than the abstract unease of the previous days. It was the recognition that the path was not something that had happened in the past. It was happening now. Currently, actively, whatever had worn that line into the wood was still in the house with me, was still moving through it, still following its route, still heading toward that locked storage room at the back of the kitchen, and it was not waiting for me to understand. It was simply continuing, regardless of my presence, regardless of my attention or my fear or my desperate attempts to explain it away. The house was moving through its routines with me in it, the path continuing to be walked, and I was left in the position of observer rather than owner, a witness to something that had its own purpose and its own timeline, and its own complete indifference to the fact that I was standing in the kitchen, staring at the floorboards with trembling hands. That morning, I started trying the storage room lock again. Different approaches, different angles, trying to force it, then trying to pick it with implements from the kitchen drawer. Nothing worked. The lock was old but solid, and whatever was behind that door, if anything, was going to stay there until I found a way through or accepted that some things in the house were not meant for me to access. But the path had made a decision for me. I was going to find out what was on the other side. It was no longer a question of whether I was curious. Curiosity had transformed into something else entirely, a need to know that felt almost physical, a compulsion that pulled at me every time I walked past that worn line in the wood. The thing that walked the path went to that room. That meant the room had to contain something that would complete my understanding of what was happening in my house. Or at least, that's what I told myself as I stood in front of hardware stores online, looking at bolt cutters and lockpicks, as I thought about the sound a forced lock makes when it finally gives way. As I considered what I would do when I finally opened that door and saw what the path had been leading to all along. But beneath that thought, in the part of my mind that was still rational and still afraid, was another realization, that opening the door might not answer the questions. It might only ask new ones. I purchased the bolt cutters on a Wednesday. They arrived in a nondescript cardboard box that seemed far too ordinary for what I was about to do. The weight of them in my hands felt substantial, final. The kind of object that represented a decision made and committed to past the point of backing away. That evening I stood in front of the storage room door for what must have been 20 minutes. The hallway was quiet, except for the ambient sounds of the old house settling around me. The soft creak of wood, the distant hum of pipes, the electrical hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Ordinary sounds. The sounds that had filled this hallway for decades, long before I arrived and long after I would leave. I raised the bolt cutters to the lock. The thing that stopped me was not courage or hesitation. It was a sound from upstairs. Footsteps, unmistakable, deliberate, crossing from one end of the master bedroom to the other. A path being walked. Not the path downstairs. A different one. A new one. Traced along the floorboards above my head in a pattern that matched nothing I had ever heard in the weeks since I'd lived here. I stood frozen, the bolt cutters still raised. The footsteps continued. Back and forth, back and forth. The rhythm was methodical, unhurried. The pace of something engaged in a routine it had performed countless times before. It was not walking in fear or confusion. It was simply walking, moving through space with absolute certainty of direction and purpose. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. I stood in that hallway, listening to nothing, waiting for whatever came next. My arms had begun to shake with the weight of the bolt cutters. When I finally lowered them, I realized I was not going to open that door. Not tonight. Not while the house was awake and aware and actively moving through its routines around me. I went back upstairs. The next morning I woke to find the bedroom door open. The door I was absolutely certain I had closed before sleeping. I had checked it twice, the way I had begun checking all the doors in the house, a ritual of verification and self-reassurance that had become nearly compulsive. The door had been closed. I had watched myself close it. And yet, in the night, it had opened. The path downstairs continued unchanged. But I began to notice something new, variations in it. Small divergences, like a river following its course, but occasionally branching into side channels. There were places where the worn line seemed to spread slightly, as though the thing that walked it had slowed, had turned, had stood still for a moment before continuing on. In front of the kitchen sink, the path widened noticeably. This was where it paused. Here the thing that walked stopped and remained, for how long I could not tell. The disturbance in the dust suggested minutes, perhaps longer. It stood at the sink and looked out the window toward the overgrown garden, toward the fence that marked the edge of my property, toward the woods beyond that I had never explored. I began to keep a notebook. Not because I believed it would help me understand. I was past the stage of hoping for understanding, but because documenting the evidence felt like maintaining some kind of control. I recorded the times I noticed variations in the path, the sounds I heard, the doors that were open when they had been closed. The concrete act of writing made it feel less like I was losing my grip on reality and more like I was engaged in observation, in careful notation of phenomena that could not be ignored or explained away. But the notebook filled quickly. The sounds intensified in the second week of December. No longer confined to footsteps, there were other things now. A sound like something being dragged across the attic floor. The creak of the basement stairs, ascending and descending at irregular intervals. Once, at 3 a.m, the sound of water running in the bathroom upstairs, though I had not used it and had not heard footsteps crossing the hallway. I went upstairs to check. The bathroom was dry. The sink, the shower, the toilet, all undisturbed, no evidence of water having been used at all. I stood in the doorway, my heart moving in my throat, and listened to the absolute silence of the room around me. The water running sound had been so clear, so present, so utterly real, that I could not believe it had never happened. But there was no water. That was when I began to understand that what was happening in the house was not operating according to the logic of physical reality. The thing that walked the path did not necessarily create sounds that corresponded to action. It did not necessarily open doors by means of handles and hinges. It was not bound by the ordinary rules of how things move through space and time. It was doing something else, something older, something that the house itself remembered, that the floorboards held in their grain, that the walls had absorbed and kept and passed along to whoever was living within them. I stopped trying to explain it. Instead, I focused on one question. Where had it come from? The path did not simply appear on the floorboards. It had been worn there by repetition, by countless journeys along the same route, day after day, week after week, year after year. How many times had this journey been made? How many years had this passage continued? I began researching the house itself. The local library had records going back nearly 100 years. The house had been built in 1924. A Victorian farmhouse converted and expanded multiple times as the decades wore on. There had been 9 different owners in the interval before I purchased it. I found their names in property records, traced some of them through census data and death records. Most had lived here briefly, 2 or 3 years, before selling and moving on. But one family had remained for 31 years. From 1957 to 1988, the Kellerman family, father, mother, and a single adult child. No other details in the public records, but I found myself drawn back to those 31 years again and again. 3 decades of footsteps wearing a path into the wood. 3 decades of journeys between the kitchen and that locked room. 3 decades of someone, or multiple someones, moving through this house in patterns so repetitive, so ritualistic, that they had literally become written into the physical structure. When the Kellermans sold the house in 1988, they had left that room locked. The keys, according to the realtor's notes, had been lost. The storage room had remained locked for 36 years. I sat at my kitchen table with this information, staring at the worn path stretching across the floorboards, and felt something settle over me that was beyond fear. It was the recognition of deep time, of a history that had not ended when the Kellermans left, that was not bound by the conventional markers of past and present. That night, I heard the footsteps descend from the second floor, but this time I did not remain frozen in bed. This time I got up. I went to the hallway. I stood in the darkness and listened as something moved down the stairs, step by step, with absolute certainty of movement. I felt the air around me shift. I felt the deliberate passage of presence, of intention, of something that knew exactly where it was going and why. It went to the locked door. I heard it stop there. In the darkness, in my own house that had become foreign territory, I heard it stand in front of that room and wait, waiting for something, waiting for a key that would not come, waiting for permission that had been withheld for decades. Then, slowly, it turned, and the footsteps began their ascent back up the stairs. The same path, reversed, the same routine, completed, the same pattern that had been walked countless times before and would be walked countless times again. I stood alone in the hallway, trembling, and realized that I had been wrong about one thing. Opening the locked door would not help me. The door was not the source of what was happening here. The door was merely the end point, the destination of a journey that began somewhere else entirely, somewhere I had not yet discovered, somewhere deeper in the structure of the house, somewhere that the floorboards had not yet revealed. The path was showing me the way, if only I was willing to follow it to its true beginning. And I was beginning to understand, in the deep hours of that night, that I did not have a choice in the matter. The house had already decided that I would follow. Part 4, the morning came like every other morning, which somehow made it worse. Light through the kitchen windows. Coffee that tasted like nothing. The smell of the house settling into its daytime self. Wooden and ordinary and utterly indifferent to what had occurred in its darkness. I had not slept. I had remained in the hallway for an hour after the footsteps finished their ascent, standing in absolute stillness, listening for any sound that might indicate a resumption of the pattern. But there had been only silence, the natural silence of a sleeping house, the kind that occurs when nothing is moving and nothing wants to be found. When dawn finally came, I had moved to the kitchen almost without conscious decision, drawn by habit and the need to perform some action that felt human, that felt like evidence of a life still being lived. I sat at the table where I had sat for months, where I had traced the Kellermans' history through census records and property deeds, and I tried to think through what I had actually experienced. The footsteps had been real. The air had moved. The presence had been unmistakable, not a trick of an exhausted mind, not the sound of the house settling or a branch against a window. I had felt it pass by me in that hallway with the same certainty I felt the chair beneath me now, the weight of my own body against it. But in the daylight, such certainties began to seem less solid. They became the kind of thing one questions, the kind of thing one second guesses. This was the house's real trick, I realized, not the footsteps themselves, but what came after. The doubt. The reasonable dismissal. The slow erosion of conviction that occurred when supernatural events were forced to exist alongside ordinary morning light and the mundane requirements of living. I had work to do. There were rooms that needed finishing, renovations that had been paused while I pursued my investigation of the locked room and the Kellermans and the history embedded in these floorboards. The rational part of my mind, the part that had kept me functioning all these months, insisted that I return to these tasks. Paint the bathroom, replace the plumbing in the basement, fix the loose board on the third step that had been warped since I moved in. Keep moving, keep building, keep improving, keep filling the time with the kind of work that felt like agency, like control, like a life that was being shaped by my own choices rather than guided by the invisible patterns of the past. So I did. I spent the following days in focused labor, working from morning until the light began to fail, deliberately keeping myself occupied in the way people do when they are running from something. I filled the house with the sounds of restoration. The drill, the saw, the scrape of old paint being removed from woodwork that had been painted over so many times that you could read its history in layers, each color representing a decade, a family, a different vision of what the space should be. And the footsteps did not return. Not immediately, anyway. I waited for them through several nights, lying in bed with a heightened state of alert that gradually, inevitably began to fade. The body cannot maintain that level of vigilance indefinitely. The mind cannot hold a state of perfect readiness forever. After 4 nights of nothing, after a week of nothing, the fear that had been so consuming began to transform into something else. Not relief exactly, but a kind of exhausted acceptance. The footsteps had been real, and now they were not happening. That was the extent of what I could know. It was during the second week that I noticed something small, so small that I almost dismissed it, and would have if not for the context of everything that had come before. The bathroom door, which I had been leaving open while I worked on the walls, had been closed, not slammed, not violently shut, simply closed, in a way that suggested someone had pulled it gently shut behind them. The kind of instinctive action that happens when you leave a room in a house where there are other people, where closing the door behind you is just the polite thing to do. I opened it. I stood in the doorway and looked at the half-finished work, the old wallpaper removed, primer applied to the walls, paint cans waiting in the corner. Everything was exactly as I had left it. Nothing had been touched. No one had been in this room except me, and yet the door was closed. I told myself it was the wind. I checked the windows. They were all locked. I told myself that perhaps I had been mistaken, that I had closed the door myself and forgotten. This was plausible. My memory had become unreliable in recent weeks, my attention scattered between the work of renovation and the constant low-level listening I was doing, the part of my awareness that was always tuned to the house, waiting for the pattern to resume. But I had not closed the door. I was almost certain of this, the kind of almost certain that doesn't quite reach the threshold of certainty. That exists in the same gray space where my experience of the footsteps now seemed to live. Over the following days, I began to notice other small things. A kitchen cabinet left slightly ajar. A book moved from one shelf to another. The temperature in the locked room's hallway feeling several degrees colder than it had in previous weeks. Cold enough that I could see my breath there on particularly still mornings. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that could not be explained away by the normal functioning of an old house, by wood settling, by air currents, by my own forgetfulness and the distraction of someone living through something they could not quite articulate or understand. But the accumulation of these small things began to create a feeling that was different from the dread of before. This was something quieter, more insidious. The feeling of being watched, not with malice, but with something closer to attention. As if the presence that had walked those footsteps, that had descended the stairs and stood before the locked door for so long, had become aware of me in return, had registered my acknowledgment of it. I began to understand that opening the locked door might never happen. The key had been lost for 36 years, and the presence that moved through this house did not seem concerned with such practical matters. Instead, it seemed content to continue its endless circuit, down the stairs, to the room, back up again, occasionally manifesting in these small quotidian ways that could almost pass for the normal wear and tear of a house lived in and aged. I continued the renovations, but with less conviction now. I would begin a project and then find my attention drifting to the sounds of the house around me, to the particular creaks and shifts that had become a kind of language I was slowly learning to read. Some of these sounds were familiar, the expansion and contraction of wood with temperature changes, the settling of the foundation, but others were not. Others had a quality of intention that the normal function of a building could not quite account for. The Kellermans had lived here for 31 years. I had been here for less than a year, and already I felt the weight of this place beginning to reshape me, to wear away my certainties and my sense of boundary between what was rationally explainable and what existed in the margin of experience where the truly inexplicable lived. I thought about that family, 3 people living with this every day for 31 years, walking these floors, living in the presence of something that moved through their home according to rhythms and purposes they could not control, and perhaps could not even fully understand. What had kept them here so long? What kind of resignation or fascination or terrible acceptance had allowed them to remain? And more troubling, what had finally driven them to leave? I was in the kitchen one evening, eating dinner in the way I had been eating most meals lately, without hunger, without tasting anything, simply because the body requires fuel, when I heard it. Faint. At first, almost inaudible. The sound of a faux #additional middle section, the hallway itself, had begun to feel like a separate room, a passage that had developed its own weather. I'd stand at the threshold of my bedroom some nights, unable to cross into the corridor, watching how the darkness gathered differently there than anywhere else in the house. It pooled near the baseboards like spilled ink. The air temperature dropped measurably. I'd confirmed it multiple times by holding my hand at the bedroom threshold, then extending it into the hall. The shift was distinct, cold without being refreshing. There was a staleness to it, as if the hallway recycled the same breath over and over, never quite allowing new air to replace what had been exhaled long ago. The floorboards in that passage had a particular sound, not the cheerful creak of old wood settling, but something else, a resigned groan, as though each step, whether mine or something else's, was an imposition the wood had learned to tolerate, but never accept. I'd come to recognize the exact sequence. The first board near my room's doorframe sang a high note. The middle section offered a low, almost mournful response, and the final boards before the stairs produced a sound like something being slowly torn. I began to notice the dust in the hallway accumulated differently than elsewhere. In my bedroom, dust gathered in corners and along the window sills like it belonged there. but in the hallway, it seemed to swirl. Fine particles suspended in the air even hours after I'd swept. They caught the light in ways that should have been impossible without a breeze. I'd close every window, seal the gaps around the doors, and still the dust danced in those hallway drafts I couldn't feel on my skin. It moved in patterns, not random, not settling naturally. Patterns that had the quality of intention behind them. The walls had begun to feel closer than they should be. My house's dimensions are what they are. I've measured them, walked the perimeters. But the hallway created an impression of compression, as though the plaster was slowly migrating inward, narrowing the passage one imperceptible inch at a time. The sensation was strongest at night, when I'd move through that corridor with only the ambient light from the rooms on either side. The walls seemed to lean. I'd run my hand along one side and then the other, convincing myself they were still parallel, still the same distance apart. But my body didn't believe what my hands reported. There was a smell, too, not unpleasant exactly, but wrong in a way that troubled me more than an obvious odor would have. It was like opening a closed drawer and catching the scent of something that had been sealed away for years. Cloth and absence. The ghost of a perfume long evaporated. Metal that had oxidized. It wasn't there every day. It would vanish for stretches, sometimes a week, sometimes just hours, and I'd convince myself I'd imagined it. Then it would return, settle as memory, and I'd know I hadn't been fabricating any of it. The light in the hallway behaved in ways I couldn't rationalize. I'd installed new bulbs, checked the fixture, even had an electrician examine it. Everything functioned normally. But the light it cast seemed reluctant, as if the bulb itself was tired of illuminating that space. The shadows it created didn't match the shapes of the furniture or the door frames. There were shadows that belonged to nothing visible. They pooled in corners where the geometry didn't suggest corners existed. They stretched across the floor in configurations that made my brain hurt slightly when I tried to trace their origin points. I spent hours in my bedroom sometimes simply listening to the hallway. The sounds it produced when I was motionless were numerous and particular. The house settling, that was normal, expected, but underneath that, something else. A kind of texture to the silence. Presences suggesting themselves through absence. The way you become aware of your own breathing in a quiet room, of your heartbeat in your ears. Except this wasn't my body. This was the hallway, maintaining itself. Existing, my sleep in that house had become fragmented, unreliable. I'd wake at specific times, 2:47 most often, sometimes 3:15, alert and aware for no reason I could articulate. My heart wouldn't be racing. I wouldn't have been dreaming anything memorable, yet my eyes would open and I'd exist in that state of hyper-awareness, listening. The hallway would be quiet. The house would be quiet, but I'd know with absolute certainty that something in that space had changed in the seconds before I woke. Some threshold had been crossed. Some boundary had been acknowledged. I'd step on the stairs. Just one. I set down my fork and listened. The house held its breath with me. But there were no more footsteps, no descent, no procession through the hallway. Just that single step placed carefully, as if testing the floorboard to see if it would still hold weight after all these years. And then silence. I did not feel fear this time. I felt something more complex, a kind of recognition, an understanding that this was not random, that the presence was aware I was here, that it was perhaps trying to communicate in the only way it knew how, through sound, through movement, through the worn paths of a ritual that had been performed so many times it had become embedded in the very structure of the house itself. I remained at the table for a long time after that, my dinner growing cold in front of me, and I listened, not for more footsteps, but for something subtler, for the feeling of presence, for the sense of attention, for the understanding that I was not alone in this house, and that whatever company I had was not the kind that would ever leave me, not the kind that would ever allow me to return to a state of comfortable ignorance about what lived here alongside me. The locked door remained closed. The path in the floorboards was still there, worn deeper now by weeks of my walking along it. My own footsteps adding to the accumulation of movement that had written itself into the wood. I had followed the pattern as instructed, or as understood, or as compelled. The distinction had become unclear, but I had not yet discovered where it truly began. And in the dark hours of the night, when the house settled into its deepest silence, I would sometimes climb the stairs to the second floor and stand at various doorways and thresholds, listening for the sound of movement that might indicate where the journey started. Which room, which space, which corner of this place had first been visited by whatever had needed to travel this path so many times that it had worn itself into the bones of the building. I had not found it yet, but I was beginning to understand that I would keep looking, that I could not do anything else, that the house, through its patterns and presences, had decided something about me the same way it had decided something about the Kellermans all those years ago, and that some paths, once you recognize them, once you understand their purpose, however dimly, can never be truly abandoned. You can only walk them differently, more slowly, with greater attention paid to every worn groove and shadow and cold spot along the way. I can hear footsteps now, at this very moment, as I write, just one floor above me, moving slowly through the hallway I have not yet explored, the hallway that exists parallel to the one downstairs, separated only by wood and plaster, and the mystery of distance that grows deeper and stranger the more carefully you study it. One footstep, then another, but they are not descending, not yet.